Okay, please come to order. The 2025 annual town meeting is now back in session. Happy Cinco de Mayo. So just a few things. We're starting with Article 62, then we'll go to 65, and then 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 77, 80, 84, 85, 87, 92, 100, 101, and 102. That's our business, and we're going to do it tonight whether we want to or not. Just a couple of notes about speaking. Generally speaking, the person making the motion gets 5 minutes maximum. I urge people to use less than that. I just don't think you gain much in that last couple of minutes, but you get 5 minutes to introduce the article. After that, if there's an article sponsor, I'll have some leeway maybe there, but otherwise it's 2 minutes. And the second time you speak, because I think there was some confusion about this yesterday, if you've already spoken and you're speaking for a second time, it's only a minute the second time. And it's a minute the third time. And when we get to the fourth time, we'll have to talk. We're going to try to get a balanced debate. We're going to try to do something slightly different. The microphones here and up where Mr. Williams is will be people who are speaking in favor of something. The microphones over here, the back and down in front of the Finance Committee will be people who are speaking in opposition to something. If you're introducing the article or making the motion, you can use whatever microphone you're comfortable being at. And I know a lot of people like to come down to these front mics and make their initial motion. So, and if it doesn't work, we'll abandon it, but the idea was that way we would maybe get a sense when we're nearing the end and when when everyone's on one side or another, maybe we can cut back on the debate. So, but if you mess up, don't worry about it. We're going to start with Article 62. Article 62 appears on page 85 and 86 of the warrant. It received a move to take no action on the article recommendation from the Planning Board. Mr. Williams has called the article. He's going to make the following positive motion: move to take the following actions. And then it's as printed in the warrant, 2 amendments to the zoning map, and then at the very bottom, we have a comment from the proponent. The proponent intends to build 8 houses with square footage between 1,200 square feet to 1,500 square feet of livable space at 44 Skyline Drive with the funds that would be allocated from the Affordable Housing Trust, contingent on a positive vote of town meeting. The proponent would then sell the property at a 35% discount to the fair market value to the Affordable Housing Trust for employee housing. That comment is not part of the motion. The motion ends with all as shown on a map filed herewith at the town clerk. Is that your motion, Mr. Williams?
No.
No?
That's 25%.
Oh, 25%, not 35%.
More money.
All right. So we'll fix that. So with that correction to the note, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Mr. Williams.
Ready? Okay, I'm trying to speak. This is the third attempt
I think you're going to have to get really close to the microphone.
Hello.
Yeah, it's working, but
We're dating. This is the third attempt I've made to develop this property for affordable housing. We've been here for the last couple nights, and you've been pretty favorable towards all the affordable housing articles. So here we go for the third and last time. Basically, this property was part of an asphalt pit years ago, and then through the development of the Richmond Group, it morphed into a lot along with a couple other lots, which it also has a street that runs through it, Clay Street, into the Richmond Group, into Skyline Drive. So we thought it was a great opportunity to provide some affordable housing. We originally tried a cottage colony, which ironically is now in Article 50 by the Planning Board, so I'm not sure why we didn't adopt this. So we lowered the density from the 5,000 square foot zoning as requested by the neighbors, and we're going with the R20, which would allow 8 houses to be built. And I look for your support, and hopefully we can start building some houses. I think this is why Toby Brown was trying to pull the funding, because he just wanted to see more houses. So we could have Vanessa in one of these houses by Christmas. She was up here talking about she's been trying to get a house for years. So we're just trying to produce houses, not just buy land. Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Gasparo?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Is this on? Oh, thank you. Arthur Gasparo, I would like to bring to the attention of town meeting to please vote against this. This, again, is a change from 80,000 to 20,000 square foot zoning. Planning Board got it right, recommended against it. I hope you also will support that. While this has been multiple attempts by the proponent to change this, and including this comment here tonight, there's really nothing that's been set in stone. There would be nothing to stop from selling the property tomorrow at significant profit for the new zoning. It abuts Richmond, so I hope that you will vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity for me to speak in favor of this article. I believe this is a very good project that we should support. This is keeping with old Nantucket building styles that's similar that we see around the island. Small little cottages, like I was kind of mentioning yesterday, a lot like Monomoy Village. They're small, they're simple. It shows fiscal responsibility by keeping the building small, simple, and shows us transparency by showing up front where the money will be spent. This is a great project to get people into houses. I hope you will all join me in supporting this article so we can get more affordable housing on the island. Thank you.
Ms. Mooney? I think you're speaking in opposition to this, potentially.
Yeah, Erica Mooney. And I am speaking in opposition to this. And Madam Moderator, through you, I have a question to the proponent.
Certainly.
This property has been the home of recycled buildings that are just sitting there. And I'm wondering if these recycled buildings, which do not emulate Monomoy Village at all, are part of these 8 houses that are proposed for these lots.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up at the back? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Madam. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just want to speak in support of this project.
If you could state your name.
Oh, Beth Jekanowski. Thank you. I would like to speak in support of this article. We do need housing to be built, and we need it done well and done right. And I have faith that this project will go forward in a manner that's in keeping with what the island needs and what the community needs. And as somebody who has personal experience working for the community, I do have extra faith in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Ferrantella.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Christy Ferrantella, the town's Municipal Housing Director. I'm not speaking in favor or against this. I just wanted to explain how the Affordable Housing Trust reviews their proposals, and we have yet to see a proposal on this property, so it's hard to say that the Affordable Housing Trust would be able to provide those funds. We look at proposals with our financial advisors and bond counsel to see if we can provide a grant or a loan to a development, and all of that needs to go through a rigorous process that hasn't taken place. So I just wanted to be clear that while if the community wanted this to be affordable housing, it needs to go through that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, up here in the back. Ms. Rabb, I think?
More?
More?
That's scary, Sarah.
I know, it's a flashback. Huh?
It's clearly, let's not go there. I've worked hard.
If you could state your name.
Vanessa Moore. This has been before us 4 or 5 times. I want to know if this isn't what we would like there, what would we like there? Do you want to put the shooting range there? What are we going to put there? If someone thinks that it's already gone from R20 LUG2 to R20, and it's been scaled back like 4 or 5 times, I would like to know what we would like there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, up in the back?
Good afternoon. My name is Graham Kilbert. I live on Skyline Drive. This property is zoned LUG2. It's 2-acre zoning, as is every other lot on Skyline Drive. We don't have sidewalks. We have spent the last 4 years listening to construction from Richmond's development. Mr. Williams has been attempting to develop this property in any number of ways to increase the density. We have fought against that density increase in this area for a long time. To put 8 houses in here would completely alter the neighborhood there. It doesn't make sense. To me, this would be spot zoning. You're changing one lot to accommodate one developer who's been trying to maximize this site for years. I hope you vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Ms.
Campbell
Sutton.
Sutton. I'm not speaking for or against. One, I have a question, and 2, I would just like to add some clarity. So Lug 2 is an 80,000 square foot lot, just for reference, right?
Correct.
And R20 is a 20,000 square foot lot, and I just thought people might like to know that when they're talking about the lot and the zoning district change. My main question is, can this lot be developed near to the level that's being discussed without a sewer extension? Because I think if it includes a sewer extension, then I think we're voting on something we don't quite understand, because that will cost all of us more in our sewer, because this is not in the sewer needs district. So I have that question. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, do you want to answer a few questions, or?
Yeah, just to show you the map again.
Sure.
This property basically abuts the Richmond group, so the only way it gets to Skyline Drive is through Clay Street, and that's about 300 feet long, so it's like a football field away from Skyline Drive neighborhood. The pit used to intrude upon the property the way it is now, so it was an asphalt pit, so it's not part of this great country overlay or pristine area people talk about. That neighborhood actually came to the asphalt pit. The asphalt pit was there before the neighborhood showed up. So we're just trying to provide affordable housing. It's not that dense. Like I said, Article 50 shows much denser properties as far as a cottage colony goes. So we've listened to the neighbors. we'll continue to make it less and less dense. And pretty soon it's just going to be back to the same lot, so I'm not sure what density they want.
Okay, up in the back.
My name is Molly Glazer. I live on Skyline Drive, and I remember this asphalt plant, and there was also a junkyard there. So my concern is toxicity in the ground, and I would like to know what has been studied / done to address that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Iverson?
David Iverson, Planning Board. I just wanted to give a little clarity.
You've got to get really close, Dave.
I just want to give a little clarity to the Planning Board's position on this. We moved to take no action, and the Planning Board felt pretty strongly that that this would be wedging an R20 neighborhood into a well-established Lug 2 neighborhood, and we didn't feel that that's what anybody in the neighborhood wanted to see or what the island has voted for in the last few town meetings. And separately, so far to date, I believe, I may be wrong, but I don't believe that the Affordable Housing Trust has asked for a zoning change for any property they've built so far. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allerhand?
I have no particular feeling about
If
this
you could
particular...
state your name for the
Oh,
record.
I'm sorry, Herschel Allerhand. For one, I'm tired of hearing about affordable housing every time a developer wants to change something. If he buys a piece of property, there's a zoning law on it. Why does he want to change it when he knows what he's buying in the first place? I'm just tired of hearing about affordable housing every time somebody wants to make a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Oliver?
Thank you, Val Oliver. My comment simply would be, as a person who lives in Mid-Island where everything is crammed, we're running out of space, guys. And parking is a huge concern, and I know I drive you all crazy talking about that, but here could be potentially 8 houses with plenty of parking, and you need to start rethinking putting everything in one area because it has sewer and water. We're running out of space.
Thank you. Did you want to speak again? Go ahead, Ms.
It's on. Thank you, Erica Mooney. I just wanted to reiterate a couple things. On Saturday, this body voted down an article proposed by Mr. Maury to change zoning from Lug 2 to R20 right down the road on Woodland Drive, even though that was contiguous to R20 lots. This lot is not. And I will give Mr. Maury props. He really tried to work with the neighborhood. We had multiple meetings with him. We have not heard anything from Mr. Williams, not once. There's no promise of deed restrictions. There is nothing. And I am going to reiterate what I said last fall when this was brought forward, which is this is an area where there's no sewer, there's no bike paths. The closest NRTA stop is either out on Surfside Road at the beach or at the airport. So this is a car-centric development. It's not walkable. And again, there's just never been a plan. This is the first time we've ever seen any kind of sketch. And I'm still waiting for my answer on what are you doing with the recycled houses that are loading up on that lot. Will they be part of your new Monomoy Village?
Thank you. Mr. Williams, do you want to have a final comment and then we'll go to a vote?
Yes, just to make another point, the road from Richmond can be used to exit that property so the neighborhood in Skyline Drive doesn't have to endure the traffic. I'm not really sure what the last individual stated. There's been no plan. There's tons of plans. I've put forth plans many a times. They've been sent to town administration. So if she didn't get them. That's unfortunate. This is for affordable housing.
Okay, I think we're ready to take a vote on this article. It does require a 2/3. Excuse me? Okay. It does require a 2/3 vote. A yes vote will adopt Mr. Williams' positive motion, which is now on the screen. A no vote will defeat that motion. It is, as always, 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On Mr. Williams' motion, yes, 113, no, 507. That is not adopted. Okay, Article 65 starts on page 87, and continues to 88. It's called by Mr. Reed, and I'm going to turn the podium over to Mr. Saperstein.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. For the record, I am Lee Saperstein, your moderator pro tem. Just kind of a note about procedure. The real reason that we ask that everybody identify themselves is to make life much easier for our town clerk, who has to create a thorough written record of the meeting, and this way she knows who's been speaking. So we're beginning with Article 65, not beginning, we are proceeding with Article 65, which is on page 88. And there are two things to note. First of all, it's a zoning article and will require a 2/3 positive vote to adopt. Thank you. If I'm still audible, I'll keep going. The other thing is that the motion actually asks that if it is accepted, we amend the code of the town of Nantucket. Based on Saturday's activity, the word amend sometimes confused people. So I'll point out that chapter 139 of the code, it's a very important chapter. If you're a homeowner, I suggest you become familiar with it. The article is to amend a section of that code. And to avoid confusion, from here on, I will talk about adopting the motion or not adopting it, which would be the positive vote 1, the negative vote 2. Now, the other thing is it's written in the language of the Code of Nantucket, and it's not always easy to interpret. So what I'm going to suggest is that I read a portion of it, then ask the planning board if this is their motion, and that will allow you to go along with me as we read. Let's get the light here so I can see it. First of all, some language on that particular section, which is section 33 of chapter 139, will be removed and new language included. So let's go to the new language that says that if there are lots that contain 2 or more structures that are legacy, pre-existing, non-conforming, that they may be altered or expanded by increasing any nonconformity with regard to setbacks, height, and ground cover by a special permit granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals. However, said structures shall not be increased by any additional dwelling units than would have been otherwise allowed prior to the recording of the MGL, approval not required plan, or the protected use accessory dwelling unit pursuant to MGL 48. I used to teach my students about agency law and the confusion between statute and regulation. MGL is Massachusetts General Laws, and the law then asks certain agencies to write regulations, which are CMR, Code of Massachusetts Regulations. You don't need to know that, but MGL is up there on the screen, as is CMR. And that the changes shall not increase any nonconformity due to ground cover. Okay, that gives you a chance to read it. Yes, it is obtuse language, which means it's not always easy to interpret. But let me ask first, the planning board, is this your motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
And seconded?
Second.
Thank you so much. Now, I talked to the planning board chair before this. Do you have somebody who will speak in favor of the motion and perhaps explain a little bit more than I was able to?
I think the proponent is at the mic, Mr. Moderator. Proponent is at the mic, Mr. Moderator, and I think she can explain it well.
Okay. We're calling on Emily Molden, who is the person who originally proposed this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Emily Molden, and I submitted this article as a private citizen. First of all, I just want to recognize that this article indeed takes a deep dive into the weeds of zoning. So I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to explain the intention of the article and try to clearly state the issues that it's trying to address. So Article 65 proposes to amend language in our bylaw that has been enabling inappropriate development without sufficient oversight. The Massachusetts Subdivision Control Law contains a provision allowing properties with 2 or more structures which predate local subdivision control, which for Nantucket is 1955, to be subdivided such that each lot contains at least one of the pre-existing structures. This provision was incorporated into state law for specific circumstances. However, this provision was never intended to convey buildability to these newly created lots if they do not conform with local zoning. Typically, new lots must conform to local zoning in order to be buildable. Otherwise, they require special consideration of the Zoning Board of Appeals. In 2012, language was added to our zoning bylaw, which automatically grants these newly created lots with pre-existing non-conforming rights, even if they do not conform with zoning. So this essentially grants them both buildability and specifically ground cover, which our zoning bylaw would not otherwise allow. Many of the lots being created through these subdivisions are undersized. Some are even less than 1,000 square feet. And it should be noted that many of these are being created based on the existence of even a small historic shed. The redevelopment of the lots that are enabled by this loophole to be developed are associated with a long list of problems, including the redevelopment can currently take place without proper abutter notification. It often increases impervious surfaces, exacerbating flooding and impacting water quality, especially in our downtown area. It places incredible pressure on historic structures, as an applicant must first demonstrate the historic nature of a structure to qualify for the subdivision, but the buildability that is being conveyed then incentivizes its demolition for something more economically valuable. The development's increasing density in areas that raise serious concerns around access, fire, and safety, And it can also undermine the covenant program by providing an alternative in the creation of a market rate lot where zoning would not otherwise allow. Finally, this is not development that was ever accounted for in long-range planning, including build-out calculations or infrastructure needs. So the language that Article 65 seeks to remove from our zoning bylaw is unique in the state. There is no other municipality that conveys pre-existing non-conforming rights to these newly created non-conforming lots. It really just doesn't make sense to do so. Article 65 will not impact state law, which will still allow these subdivisions under the pre-existing structures provision, but the lots will not automatically be buildable. Article 65 will now require a special permit through the ZBA for any significant changes to these lots and will prohibit an increase in the number of dwellings or ground cover from what would otherwise be allowed under existing zoning. In 2023, I brought a similar article before town meeting, and I think I missed the 2/3 majority vote by about 6 votes. So in the meantime, I spent quite a bit of time, especially last fall, working directly with members of both the planning board as well as planning staff, which I truly appreciated, to bring this article back to town meeting today. It has received unanimous support from the planning board, and I would like to give them a big plug for working with me on this, and I would ask all of you to vote for this amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. The article has been called by Councillor Arthur Reed, and he's at the microphone, and it's yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Arthur Reed. I am a lawyer. I am not speaking on behalf of any client in connection with this. Rather, this is a matter that comes up frequently in connection with my practice and that of many other lawyers on Nantucket. It's correct that under the subdivision control law in Massachusetts, a parcel of land that has 2 or more structures pre-existing subdivision control being in effect in that particular city or town, which in Nantucket is February 1955, can be divided into lots on each of which one of the pre-1955 structures continues to stand as a matter of right. Now, subdivision control came into existence in Nantucket in 1955. Zoning came in 1972. That raised the question almost immediately about the ability to do these subdivisions on an approval not required basis under subdivision control and their status under zoning. And the common understanding at that time was that it did allow that and that the subdivision control exemption took care of any issue with regard to the zoning status of the lots. Went on that way for some time. There was then a question raised as a result of some case law off island. And then for a period of time, all of these had to go before the Board of Appeals for variance treatment with regard to the lots that had been created as a result. As a result of that, and as a result of litigation that was planned, I know, in Nantucket by a property owner, the planning department at that time, the planning board, worked out the present article to take care of the situation, to make the local zoning bylaw be consistent in terms of the ability to subdivide with the state subdivision control law. And it's been operating that way under that bylaw for some time. Now, a lot of people have relied upon that. A lot of people have made plans based upon that. And I think that it is unfair to pull the rug out from under that. And furthermore, with the fact that it's not at all clear what the status of the lots that have already been created this way would be with regard to their zoning status, whether each of them will have to go before the Board of Appeals, present a variance application, placing a burden on the Board of Appeals and a burden on landowners who had no idea that this problem existed. Therefore, I think that the best thing to do is to consider this article. I'm not saying that there couldn't be changes to the existing law with regard to all of this. For one thing, there's no provision in the existing bylaw that makes a determination by the planning board as to whether this lot has been created under so-called 81L or not. And I think that a modification that would put that in there would help. There's an inconsistency in the suggested language here with regard to ground cover. In one place it says you can increase ground cover, and in another place it says you can't. In any event, I think there's a lot of confusion about this. I think it does require further study and consideration. I would urge you to vote this down at the present time with the idea that it could be brought back in another form in the future, which would address the concerns that I've raised. Thank you.
Thank you. I see two people back here by the microphone, and if there's a third or fourth, wave your hands after these two have had their chance to speak. Emily, are you first, or is your colleague next to you?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Emily Molden. Just to respond to a couple of those points, I just do want to make it perfectly clear that nothing about this amendment changes the ability of someone to divide their lot under the state's 4181L provision through the A&R process with the planning board. What this does is it removes the language that was added in 2012, specifically granting buildability and ground cover to those newly created non-conforming lots. There is no other state in Massachusetts that does this. And the purpose of this is not to undermine lots that have previously been divided. I'm not an attorney, but our position is that this will impact lots that are divided after the notification of this article, so after this goes into effect, not the rights of lots that were previously divided. And then I also just wanted to add that I think the purpose is really to stop giving away rights to additional development with no public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, I don't see anybody else at a microphone. That's why I'm going like this.
Hi, Mary Bergman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Nantucket Preservation Trust. And the Nantucket Preservation Trust supports Ms. Molden's article. You're going to hear, you probably have, in the lead up to this town meeting, a lot about Nantucket's National Historic Landmark status. But I want to stress that the National Park Service sees the greatest threat to Nantucket's National Historic Landmark status as the demolition of historic structures and insensitive alterations to our streetscape, some of which Ms. Molden spoke about when she presented her article. Under the current bylaw, it is too tempting to demolish an existing building, which, as Ms. Molden pointed out, is a strange catch-22 of having to prove that the existing structure is historic, was built before 1955. I do hate to break it to you that anything that's 50 years old or older is historic. I'm 12 years away from that myself, so I feel that pain, and replace this with a larger structure. Ms. Molden's article adds important standards in a public hearing to this process. The planning board agreed and supported Ms. Molden's article, and I would urge the rest of this voting body to do so by voting yes. That's 1 on your buzzer on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there are several people standing. Are you intending to speak? If you are, you're welcome. Please tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Rita Carr. I am the chair of the Nantucket Historical Commission, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nantucket Historical Commission. We reviewed this article and voted unanimously in support of it for all of the reasons that were outlined by Ms. Molden and Ms. Bergman for the pressure that this loophole as it exists currently in the zoning bylaw places on historic structures and these creating patterns of development that are inconsistent with our historic streetscapes. So, as I mentioned, we, the Historical Commission, voted unanimously to support this article, and I would encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. At least one more?
Hi, this is Carolyn Durant. I'm just confused if we have a town agenda that wants to create housing, and we have a allowance where, in my experience, lots could be created because you had pre-existing structures. Now you have 2 lots, and each lot was eligible to 2 dwellings. So now we have 2 more houses, or what we call dwellings, that are eligible for whomever, you know, your legacy property, your grandchildren, your cousin, your tenant, your renter, your buyer. I'm not going to over specify, but I feel like in other dimensions, outside of historical preservation, important, outside of density, important. But if we're trying to create the opportunity where another dwelling could be created on a lot so that someone in the succession plan has a home, or someone in the scope of these now eligible dwellings with eligible ground cover can have an income through whether it's year-round housing to a year-round person or to a, gazillionaire tenant. I don't think that matters. I feel like we're just imposing a new regulation that's restricting the viability of subdivision options that can be governed. But if we also restrict ground cover on that newly created lot, where's the incentive to keep the historic structure that you used to create that lot? So in thinking this all through, as much as I have tried, and I've tried a fraction of what everybody else has clearly dug into, it doesn't make sense to me. And when it doesn't make sense, I don't think it's something that we should be endorsing, because we're taking away a tool in the kit that creates housing, which I think is far superior a goal, no matter who's in the housing, than eliminating. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. But may I ask, was there a question embedded in that? Because we could...
Oh, in my structure of this, which I have never done, so I'm really sorry, I've never done it, I do want to understand what the purpose is when it's proposed to restrict these eligibilities that were there and intended because of the pre-existing state code.
Does the planning board wish to respond? There's a conference, if you can't see, there's a conference going on with our planners.
One second, Mr. Moderator.
Our planning director.
Hi, Leslie Snell for the Planning Board. I mean, this was a citizen petition, but the Planning Board and staff did work with this citizen to bring this forward. The Planning Board has supported it, and I think the purpose was very well described by Ms. Molden earlier, and I think the bottom line here is if you're in support of additional restrictions, if you're in support of additional abutter notification, then you should support the Planning Board motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
It looks like there's still people by the microphone. Next.
Oh, hi, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead, please.
May I be recognized? Thank you. Yes, Hillary Hedges Rayport, speaking to ask you to vote yes on this article. It's really technical, but what it comes down to is really there's just been a loophole around our desired zoning, especially in the more congested areas and more historic areas in town. Zoning is supposed to promote regularity. So when we adopted zoning in 1973, we wanted to have more regular neighborhoods with more space, with more safety, accessibility for emergency vehicles. And now the way this has been interpreted since the change was made only in 2012 is that it gives these pre-existing rights to these small lots, and they become developed, and they are not becoming affordable housing. They're becoming speculative, really intensely developed lots. So that's extremely important to understand. I also want to tell everybody that to understand how this happened in 2012, I went back and I looked at all the minutes. This was a definition change brought to town meeting. It was not explained. There are no notes in the public hearing minutes about the consequences of this definition change. I think it sounded really innocuous, and I don't think people really understood when they made the change what was going to happen in neighborhoods. What's happened in neighborhoods has been really bad. There's currently a lawsuit between the town and someone who did one of these projects on Union Street. You may have read about it in the paper. So we need to clean this up. We need to bring regularity back. We need to uphold our zoning. And we need to align ourselves with every other single town in Massachusetts for whom this is not a thing. Like, this doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I see some people at the other microphone. If you've spoken before, you get a minute now. If you haven't spoken, you get 2 minutes. Please.
Good evening, Stephen Welch. I'm actually here speaking on behalf of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. I serve as chair. I just wanted to point out that due to historic development patterns, the lots that are affected by this are lots in town, almost exclusively. Certainly not affordable housing type lots, given the high value of the development there. The other is just to reiterate, the planning board has supported this. The Nantucket Historic Commission and the Nantucket Historic Commission voted unanimously to support both Emily's initial article and the work product of her sitting with the planning board staff and the planning director and assistant planning director. Thank you.
And thank you. Now, people back at the microphone and Mr. Ray forward. Okay.
I'm at this one, Mr. Moderator. You can't see over here. I'm short.
Got you. Thank you, Ms. Williams. You're on, then you, and then Mr. Ray.
Linda Williams, for the record. I've been dealing with zoning bylaw for 43 years now. I hate to say that. It was defeated the last time because there was no way to protect the ones that have already been subdivided. And I don't see any grandfathering here either specified. These structures have to be validated to exist prior to February 16th, 1955. So in themselves are contributing historic structures, whether it's a shed, a garage, a dwelling, 2 dwellings. What's being lost here is if they didn't subdivide them based on the fact that those 2 structures have to be validated, and I spend a lot of time down with a microfilm at the assessor's office, they can still build, remove the other structure, and build another structure. All this is doing is allowing the lots to be separated. And generally speaking, except for some very rare occasions in the ROH district, can you get another structure or go over your ground cover or further into your setback? Those all require you to go to the ZBA anyway to get a special permit to alter a pre-existing non-conforming situation or to add on to a garage that's in the setback. All of those things have to be considered anyway. This is confusing. I had to call somebody to have it explained to me, and I've dealt with this section for decades because I do a lot of the reports for the attorneys, for property owners, et cetera, when they want to know if they can actually do a 4181L subdivision, and not all of them qualify. There are not that many in the ROH to cause this kind of havoc with the bylaw. If I had to make an amendment, it would be get rid of everything after the word however, because what's coming after the word however creates an inequity among property owners. So I'm asking you to vote this down. It doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense the first time, and it's no better now.
Thank you. At the rear microphone, please.
I believe Mr. Ray is before me.
Okay. Richard, it's on you.
I'm never before anybody. Hang on, folks. I think I'm about to agree with Linda. Can I have the map, please?
I'm not sure that there was a map with this, because it's an amendment to the town's code.
I would still like the map.
But I don't think there is a map,
map.
but I'm going to check.
Okay.
I'm going to check with the guru.
I still agree with Linda.
I have checked with the guru. Quote, there is no map. To the rear, please.
Okay, thank you. I think Ms. Holgate wants to speak.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Hello?
Otherwise, it's Ms. Holgate.
Hello? Hello?
Louder?
It's a little bit ironic that Richard just asked about a map because that kind of segues into my question of, has there actually been an analysis done of how many property owners are affected by this? And maybe, if anything, this would go into effect on a date certain, because I believe that this was put in as a citizen's article, and people who thought that they had certain property rights, now those will be stripped away without them really having an opportunity unless they had exercised their rights prior to the notice of the planning board back in January. So I would just, you know, even if this doesn't impact you, I would think about how you would feel if a right that you thought you had on your property is now gone with sort of no ability to make other plans.
Thank
So
you.
if anything,
Okay.
I would like to offer an amendment that this not go into effect until July 1st, 2026.
Okay. I was thinking I'd give it a try now. Yes? Okay, Campbell Sutton.
Okay. Ms. Holgate, and you had an amendment, and I
The
apologize.
amendment is that this does not go into effect until July 1st of 2026.
July 1st of what year?
2026.
2027, okay.
26.
26, thank you. Now, that's an amendment. It is debatable, but those who are coming to the microphone at this point, by the way, to be absolutely correct, is there a second to this amendment?
Yes, there was.
Okay, fine. Now, discussion, please, on the amendment to put a date of operation of July 1st, 2026.
Okay, so what I would say about that is I think that, I could be wrong, but I think with the zoning article, as soon as this was placed in as a citizen's petition, right, it went into effect as of then, did it not? Unless you put in language, which I didn't see, that specifies a date certain in the future. So I could be wrong on that. Somebody clear that up for me. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
The byplay around me is to make sure that the amendment shows up as a potential language. And you're seeing it go onto the screen now. Thank you. On the amendment, Ms. Molden? Apologies, we're going to get an understanding from Councilor Giorgio.
Mr. Moderator, the general rule is that a zoning bylaw takes effect on the date that it's enacted by town meeting, subject to approval by the Attorney General. However, internally, the amendment can include a later effective date. So we've just made a change to this amendment. I think it's up there now. This amendment shall not go into effect until July 1st, 2026, and I think that amendment is fine.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your last few words?
In my opinion, the amendment is fine.
Okay, thank you. Carrying on with discussion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Emily Molden. Just to briefly speak against the amendment, I appreciate the concerns that are raised, but again, I would just like to clarify that these lots are essentially creating a self-inflicted nonconformity, and while this language has been in our bylaw for about 10 years, it is going beyond what our existing zoning allows. I would also just remind everyone that I did bring this article forward in 2023, 2 years ago, and have been working on it over the last year or so. So I don't anticipate that it should be too surprising that it's coming back. And then my final point would just be, again, I don't believe that this will impact any lots that were previously divided, but it would impact lots that are divided through this provision into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. I keep looking around to see if there's anybody, but that seems to be the popular
sorry.
microphone. And then there's one or two over here on
Okay.
the other side of the house.
Sorry.
You first, and then Ms. Rayport second.
Val Oliver. I just have a couple of comments. One is, as a person who sits on the HDC, we see the results of these come in frequently, and we're not looking sometimes at houses that look like houses. It could be a chicken coop that was on the lot, and all of a sudden you have the ability to put a house there. And because the lots are odd shaped, small, you get the most unusual looking buildings, and that contextually is a mess. And then my second comment would be on the amendment. It's going to be like a building cap. If you put that amendment on there, next week there'll be every single lot that can be developed is going to be in at the planning board to do this. And nobody's saying you can't do it. They're simply saying, please let your neighbors know and be kind and go through a process so you're not losing anything.
Thank you. Ms. Rayport?
Yes, I am speaking briefly on the amendment, which I think we should probably go to a vote on rather than lose the thread that we're talking about an amendment. But I would ask you to vote no on this amendment because we're not, everyone will continue to have the right to divide their land. They will continue to have use of their structure. They will continue to be able to use the structure the way they want and to approach the ZBA with any requests that they might have. And I agree, there will be a rush to people trying to make these conversions, which are so damaging and really unfair to neighbors. So I'm thinking not only of owners, but as neighbors as a whole. When we see something that's wrong, we should make it right. Please vote no on the amendment.
Thank you.
I'm just going to talk on the amendment again. I guess I have a minute, but I think the amendment is important because to Dawn's point, there hasn't been an assessment of what properties are still out there, and very much the fact that a chicken coop could be a lot. If you have 2 acres in Pulpus and you have a chicken coop that you can make into a 20,000 square foot lot, and your septic capacity is there, I do not understand why that isn't a merit for the property to create housing. So, you know, we are losing something, and if it's a designation of where it is, then we should be governing through this new bylaw where we want to prohibit further development and where we want to promote it, which I think long ago was the plan.
And I appreciate your thoughts, but we're talking about the amendment to put a date.
I just want to support the amendment for giving time for the evaluation of
Okay,
how many
thank you.
properties there could be.
Over here to my
Hi.
left, house right.
Yes, this is Campbell Sutton again. I don't believe this amendment is appropriate or benefits the article or the town or the property owners. I think that when realtors ask for something like this, and when people who make a decent living from creating 4181Ls, you know, they're sort of making amendments to their financial benefit. And I think this is an issue that isn't about a financial benefit. Overall, it should be about our historic districts, which are the districts, so residential old historic, which is downtown Nantucket, you can find it on the zoning map, or Sconset residential old historic. These are happening on smaller lots. For example, on Howard Street, some may be familiar with this, but there was a lovely lot historically there. It had a small shed on it that had been moved there, was proven to be there pre-1955. They got the subdivision in on a 4181L. The shed that was there was determined to be...
Yes, I hear a call for a point of order.
I believe the speaker's time has expired. Am I correct? Okay.
So for me, but for everyone else, it can go on? Is that where we are? I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to check on that.
I understand what happened. Thank you, Ms. Sutton. We'll turn over here to my right, house left.
Thank you. Stephen Welch again, Chair of the HDC. Only on Nantucket can you take a chicken coop and turn it into a $7 million property with 3 buildings, a pool, and so on and so forth. The HDC would not be in support, based upon our discussion on an amendment, to have a date that this would come into effect at any time other than as of the posting in the newspaper by the notice, so that the community isn't inundated with these applications, which ultimately change the character and setting and the development patterns due to the typically odd sizes and odd shapes of the lots. Thank you. Please vote against the amendment and vote for the article.
Now, there are additional speakers here. If you're in support or against the amendment, please tell us. If there's something new that the House needs to hear, please do, but otherwise, I'm for or I'm against. We'll move us right along. Please. Next.
Through you,
People-
Mr.
wait a minute.
Moderator. Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Let's be sure. The call for the vote to close debate is on the amendment. If I could move that we vote right on the amendment, unless people feel that they need to speak, in which case we will vote on closing debate. Thank you. The call for the question, we used to call that closure, but the person was not identified. If you still wish to call the question, could you tell us who you are? Microphone, please. And the reason for the microphone is that's how it gets on the record.
Chantal Blois would like to move to question, please.
Thank you. All right.
Stand here anyway.
Not debatable. Majority would close debate. A non-majority, sorry. 1 for closed debate, 2 for continued debate. Am I clear? You're going to vote. It's the, now the motion was to close debate. On the amendment. So a yes vote closes debate. A no vote leaves it open for more discussion. Are you ready? Vote, please. 1 for closed debate, 2 for continued debate. In my household, the sun goes over the Auditorium at 5 p.m. On this Monday, it's going to go over the Auditorium much later. Voting is now closed. I'm waiting for the numbers. Debate is finished. Yes, 674. No, 33. The town has spoken. We now move to the amendment, and I'm going to suggest that, given the spirit of the last vote, that we move directly to a vote on the amendment, which would be to amend we still have the amendment on the floor. Yeah. Councilor Giorgio says that this vote will hold for the amendment. So right now, yes vote will impose not impose, but add that this takes effect July 1st, 2026. A no vote says the language that was up there originally prevails. So yes, July 1st, 2026. No would imply that the main motion carries forward. Oh, and it is a majority vote on the amendment. Everybody ready? Yes is a 1, and that would be July 1st, 2026. 2 is a no, and that would remove the amendment from the language, and then we could move to the main motion. Are we ready? Thank you. 1, yes. July 1st, 2026. 2, no. Back to the main motion.
Oh, I'll get to talk.
Voting is now over, and I'm awaiting the numbers. I believe the amendment fails. Yes, 205, no, 536. I got
Mr.
you.
Moderator.
If nobody else wishes to speak, I think we can go
Mr.
to a
Moderator.
vote. However, please remember, I've just had a call for the question, which would be closure, and that's non-debatable. Call it a point of order, and I'll listen to you. I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Your name and your point.
Can you hear me
order.
now? Raymond DaCosta. To call a question in this forum, you need to stand up, walk to the microphone, wait for it to go around to you, then you may call the question. There are guidelines here. I get that we're listening to the same speech every time. Just stand up and walk to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there was a call for the question. Does somebody want to?
Point of order.
Point of order. Who's speaking?
Right back here.
All right, in the back. Yes, please.
Robert Bates. I'd like to say thank you to everybody for voting this amendment down, because the perception of a conflict of interest by having a real estate agent allowing for more sales of property and a possible benefit for herself or for others in her business.
I apologize to you, but we are discussing closure. That is to say, end debate. And I think that prevails.
Okay, let's end the debate then.
I need somebody to make that motion by name. Microphone, please.
Genevieve Harmon, could we move the question, please?
Yeah. All right. The first vote is to end debate, and that's simple majority. If you vote yes, which would be number 1, debate ends and we go to the main motion. If you vote no, we go back to discussion. That would be number 2. So voting is now open. It was moved. 1, ends debate. 2, restores debate. Thank you. I was reminded that, no, this is called for the question. It's a simple majority. Okay. I have been advised by somebody much wiser than I am, it will take a 2/3 vote to close debate. By the way, while the light is on, if you want to change your vote, you can. I'm not advising that, but I'm telling you about the technology that we have here. All right, voting is ended, and I'm now awaiting the results. I think we have 2/3. 703 yes, 32 no. If you're ready, on the main motion, approval would take a yes vote, which is number 1. Denial would take a no vote, which is number 2. And it will take a 2/3 majority. I could repeat that before we turn the green light on. Yes on the main motion, number 1. No on the main motion, which defeats the main motion, number 2. Here we go.
The question. The actual article.
While we're waiting, I will point out that the special election has a candidate for moderator. That candidate is unopposed, so I'm not electioneering. But I'm ready to turn this podium over to. All right, I'm waiting the numbers. 465 yes, 262 no. You got a calculator? We're trying to see if that's 2/3. I think it might be, but I need to. So add 262 to 465. Multiply by 2, divide by 3. That was 6th grade arithmetic. I just can't do it in my head. Then it fails. Okay. So from Councilor Giorgio, we got a lesson in big math, and from the person behind me who had a calculator, in either case, we did not make 2/3. It fails. And now on to something more interesting. No, I don't mean that. Thank you all. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I was halfway to my car. All right. I think without any further ado, we should just plunge right into something easy. Article 66 is on page.
Point of order, Madam Moderator.
Point of order, yes?
Could we ask the people in charge of sound to do something with your mic? It's very hard to hear you. I don't know whether
it's hard to
anyone
hear
else is
me?
having trouble.
Oh.
Is the audience having trouble
That's
hearing the moderator?
Tragic. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Awesome. I would hate to come here and do all this work and have you come back to me later and say, we couldn't hear a thing you said. Okay, is that better, Ms. Benz? I'll try to project a little bit. I think maybe I was.
Yes, could you please give us those numbers again of the ayes and the nays from that last?
Oh, that last one? Yeah, I can give you the numbers. 465, yes. 262, no. So you're not getting a 2/3. 2/3 was 485. Close. Okay. So, Article 66. It's on page 88 of the warrant. Motion starts on page 89. It goes all the way to page 90. I'd ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading of the motion. You can't hear me still?
It's muddy, ungood. Okay, it's probably me because I'm kind of cowering after listening to that last thing. I mean, it kind of frightened me. Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. How about, can you hear this now? Okay. I will really try to be right up on this microphone, which makes it hard because then I can't read my notes, and that's really scary, but okay. So I'm going to ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading of the motion. The motion is as printed in the warrant. A yes vote would adopt the motion. A no vote is going to defeat that motion. And I'm going to recognize the chair of the planning board for the purpose of making that motion. Mr. Iverson.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Iverson. Now, the way this is going to go, just so you know, I'm going to have Mr. Iverson talk. Then Ms. Balser, who is actually the article proponent, is going to have her opportunity to speak. And then I'm going to go to, I think, Ms. Molden, who's the person who called the article. And then we're going to go to the rotating microphone situation. And if you can possibly do it, people in favor at these two mics and people in opposition at these two mics. But for this particular exercise, you're right where you need to be. And the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm David Iverson, the chair of the planning board, speaking as such. The board has been consistent on its position on STRs, and I would like to clarify that position. Article 66 is not a pro or anti-STR article. 66 sets the foundation on which to regulate STRs. We already have many regulations in place, including a ban on corporate-owned rentals, yet STRs are still not defined or allowed in our zoning bylaws. Article 66 will define and bring rentals into our zoning bylaw where they can be regulated through a general bylaw. The planning board feels strongly that regulations belong in a general bylaw where they can be regulated, let me get back here, where they can be regulated in our general bylaw. Planning board feels strongly they belong in a general bylaw where they can be nimble and easily changed to adjust to the needs of the community by a simple majority vote. For instance, accessory use is reflected in Article 67 would ingrain that regulation in zoning. If we as a community decide that accessory use doesn't work for us, it could very well take 5 years for us to vote that out of zoning again. Regulations in general bylaw can be changed by a simple majority vote. Some people will push back, saying it's not safe and it's too easy to change. Let's remember, we elect presidents, senators, congressmen and women, and select board members. Most of our votes, all by simple majority vote. Let's create regulations that work for us now and for the generations to come. 66 is only one that will stop lawsuits that are based on the premise that rentals are not defined in our bylaw. We can change that now at town meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Balser?
My notes might be as confused as the last conversation. Can you hear me now? Okay. How's this? Okay. I was advised to make a joke before I began because this is obviously, it has been a tense conversation. And my joke is that I think the STR topic is the 21st century white whale for Nantucket. I do think it has been very hard on the community, and I hope that I have written an article that will answer what will help our community settle this in a way that everyone can be happy with. Before I tell you about Article 66, I would like to ask Town Council if you could please speak to your opinion on Article 66 and its role for the community and our situation with the Ward 2 case.
Mr. Giorgio?
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker, I've lost track, actually, how many times we've been to town meeting to try to solve this problem. And I have said on many occasions that, in my opinion, it is in the best interests of the town, it's actually imperative, in my opinion, that you solve this problem locally, meaning here at town meeting. If you don't, as I've said before, you are leaving it in the hands of a judge in Boston to make this decision for you. And I think that comes with a substantial amount of risk to the town, to homeowners, both seasonal and year-round residents. So we can go another 4 years trying to figure this out, but you really don't have that much time. We know that the land court has this case, one of the cases, on remand, and he has issued an order recently that could be construed, has been construed by some as a hint of what direction he might be going in. And he has called into question the ability of being able to rent your homes here in Nantucket based upon some prior changes to the bylaw. Now, we have filed a very, in my humble opinion, excellent brief in which we argue that that is completely irrelevant to the issues on remand. The issue on remand is a short-term rental use in a residential district allowed as an accessory use under your existing bylaw? Going way back to the short-term rental work group, the recommendation was that you pass a bylaw which is substantially similar to Article 66, and that you, as Mr. Iverson said, you put your specific regulations on the operation of short-term rentals into a general bylaw. Now, you remember last September at the special town meeting, there was an amendment to the general bylaw that was made, beefing up the restrictions on corporations and other investment properties. You have two general bylaws that are going to follow Article 66, one of which places some limitations on how many days you can rent your property as a short-term rental, and the other one places a 3-year cap, for 3 years, a cap of I believe, 1,350 certificates of registration that can be issued. So going back to the theme from the short-term rental work group, one option here is you could adopt this zoning bylaw, Article 66, and choose one or the other general bylaws, or neither of them. The one salutary effect of passing either this general bylaw, zoning bylaw, or the other zoning bylaw that's on the article, on the warrant, is that you are going to essentially, I think, moot the litigation and bring this back to the voters at this body to make decisions that are in the town of Nantucket's best interest.
Thank you. So, yes? No. Mr. Giorgio is town council, and he is here to speak and inform voters on matters of the town. It doesn't take away or add to anyone's time. Ms. Balser, as the article sponsor, has up to 5 minutes. I hope she doesn't take them all, but up to 5 minutes to discuss her article. Ms. Balser.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Moderator, I just wanted to clarify Mr. Giorgio's comment. Is he recommending that Article 66 would answer the judge's concerns and stop the lawsuits, and would it be most fitting for Nantucket?
Mr. Giorgio, can you clarify?
I apologize, Madam Moderator. I had difficulty hearing that comment.
Through the moderator, I'd like to just clarify the last bit that you said. Are you recommending that Article 66 is the best of the articles to answer the loophole and the jeopardy and the threat of lack of sovereignty?
Okay, so I'm not a voter in Nantucket, and I'm not going to presume to tell you how to vote. That's first and foremost. If you're asking for my legal opinion on Article 66, in combination with one or the other, perhaps both of the general bylaws, that is the approach that your committee, the short-term rental work group, recommended. I believe it was 3 years ago now, 2.5 years ago. I think that is the most comprehensive way that you can address this problem. And I only say that because the other zoning bylaw that is being proposed, as well as the Articles 67 and 68, one zoning and one is general, while they do represent a path forward, I have provided an opinion that both of those articles raise substantial questions in my mind about whether they violate the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And that's a concern to me. I doubt the Attorney General would disapprove those bylaws based upon that concern, because she only deals with state law, not federal law. But even if she were to approve those bylaws, you're not out of the woods, because you could be sued in court. So I don't have the same concerns about Article 66. And in terms of Article 69, which is the other general bylaw, I don't have a concern about the Commerce Clause in that article either. However, this is your decision, and I'm not going to tell you how to vote.
Thank you.
Not that I could with this group of folks.
No, you certainly couldn't.
So I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused. Are you saying that I am confused?
That's not a political sign. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm in a dilemma because I am confused about what was just said, but I obviously am being urged to move on. I think that I understood that you are concerned about the dormant commerce clause of 67 and 68. Okay. So moving on, and I hope not to belabor 66. It's pretty simple. It is the missing essential piece of the original 1972 zoning code that we had. It went missing. They are trying to figure it out. The judge discovered that. It forms a loophole, and that's why there have been lawsuits. It's not because we have been doing illegal things, but it's because of this technicality or loophole. Article 66 as a zoning bylaw joins the 4 general bylaws that we have now, that we've worked hard as a community to select over the last 4 years. We have 2 bans on corporate. We have one on corporate. We have one on REITs, so investment REITs. I voted for both of those. We also have a regulation putting us into a local registry, which has had a long time coming and getting organized, but it's up and running. And we are now subject to the Board of Health's codes. So Article 66 strengthens the 4 general bylaws that we have. It does not weaken them or take them away, and I like it that way. I am all for regulation. That also does not prevent us in the future from selecting, as town councilor was saying, much easier bylaws that we might need in the future. Hopefully we won't. Article 66 gives us something back that's been missing for I don't know how many years, but it doesn't matter because the lawsuits started 4 years ago, and that was the first time we had problems with STRs. Having no zoning bylaw in our code has cost the community a lot. It's cost lawsuits, a judge's rebuke, community division, an era of confusion, distraction from more important things, and it's brought community bullying instead of the old Nantucket way of neighborliness. Having Nantucket vacation rentals.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that. It's so rude. Thank you, Ms. Balzer. Okay, Ms. Malden. I mean, seriously.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Emily Molden, now speaking on behalf of the Nantucket Land and Water Council. Could I just clarify if I do have 5 minutes or less?
You have 2 minutes, Ms. Molden. Do you need 5?
I would love more than 2, just from calling the question, if that's possible.
Take what you need.
I'll go as quickly as I can.
Up to 5, but don't go beyond 5.
I won't. Thank you very much.
And hopefully the people in the room will be polite to you and not scream you down. I can't guarantee that.
Thank you. Well, I would start by just thanking everyone for being here and taking the time to discuss these important issues. So short-term rentals are just one aspect of the growth and development on this island, but they have been a significant driving force in transforming many other communities in a variety of ways, many of them detrimental. The type of growth and development and the intensity of use that is specifically driven by the commercial short-term rental industry has significant long-term implications on our environment, our resources, and our shared infrastructure. The Nantucket Land and Water Council strongly opposes Article 66 because it is another proposal to legalize unlimited commercial STRs as a primary use for houses in all residential districts across the island. Does this mean that every house on the island will turn into an STR? Of course not. But it certainly means that any house on the island could turn into an STR. Our concerns in this opposition centers around the continued conversion of properties being used solely as STRs. While there are a variety of interests involved in the discussion on STR policy, our focus is through the lens of our mission to help preserve our island's environment. We see properties that are purchased and repurposed for primarily rental purposes, and it incentivizes more intense redevelopment. Properties are maximized with buildings, bedrooms, and amenities intended to meet the expectations of prospective renters. This type of development will certainly maximize the return on an investment as a rental property, but it also comes at a cumulative cost to our island. It results in decreased open space and habitat within neighborhoods. It can escalate the intensity of use, and it puts increasing pressure on the island's resources, the health of our drinking water, our ponds and harbors, and our shared infrastructure, solid waste, stormwater management, water and sewer. As you have all heard before, once a use such as this is granted as a right under zoning, it cannot be taken away. The proliferation of commercial STRs in residential districts is a threat to the sustainability of the island's resources. We recognize that town meeting has passed certain restrictions that now exist in our general bylaw, prohibiting entities such as corporations and REITs from short-term renting. Aside from the fact and the concern that Article 66 introduces a new use termed short-term Nantucket vacation rentals, which those prior restrictions which were placed on STRs may not legally apply to, it still does not address the ongoing incentive for people, and there are many people outside of corporations and REITs, to purchase and short-term rent properties purely as an investment commercially. Through our legal counsel, we strongly disagree that Articles 67 and 68 violate the Dormant Commerce Clause because they do not distinguish between permanent residents, year-round residents, seasonal residents. They treat everyone the same. Unlike the SGR clause in South Lake Tahoe where that was recently brought up. The Land and Water Council is not opposed to all SDRs. We support the need for balanced regulation that's consistent with Nantucket's local tradition of residents renting their homes. We are strongly opposed to Article 66 because it eliminates our ability to effectively regulate SDRs as a use in zoning going forward. We seem to have a tendency to measure the success of each passing season and year on it being bigger and therefore better than the last, but this is clearly not a sustainable trajectory for our island environment, our economy, or our community. These decisions that we make in town meetings, zoning, bylaws, shape the future of our community and our environment, and it's our privilege and responsibility to look ahead as stewards of the island, not just for the near term, but for the long term. It's important we implement measures to manage our growth in a way that ensures a viable future of the island. Please vote no on Article 66. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for the rest of this debate, it's 2 minutes, unless you're speaking for the second time, in which case it's 1 minute. Does anyone have any questions about that? All right, please try to stick to those times. Mr. Howard.
Hi, James Howarth, J.B. Howarth, Common Avenue. I'm really kind of mystified as to how complicated this has managed to get. I just heard counsel say that the problems that he sees with the further articles which discuss limiting dates, limiting this, limiting that, limiting anything else. You need a general rule. You need the check mark, guys. You need the check mark that says we can do this at all. That's what the general rule is supposed to say. And it does open up the opportunity for all kinds of modifications later. I understand what the gentlelady just said. However, in the general bylaw, you can amend, you can play games, you can do any number of things, you can revise ad infinitum. Yes, it's difficult to do on the zoning article, but that's not where we're at. You need to check this box. It is true that another municipality that I own property in has gone through this. It's a Jenga tree. It's a lot of different interlocking matters, most of which are in place. Council says that corporate is not allowed anymore. I don't want to hear it again. I saw signs all over the place saying 66 creates a investor's paradise. It does not. That was already covered in 23 and 24. And I just heard council say that. So if we don't like what happens next, talk to Mr. Georgia. All right? This has gone on for a hell of a long time. And I don't understand why it has, other than the other 2 or 3 articles or the other 5 discussions or anything else, is to prevent 2/3 on the checkbox that you absolutely need to have in order for any further discussion with the judge, with counsel, to get this straightened out. Otherwise, you can't do it. Otherwise, you're over. And we'll be back here again. I don't see any reason for us to continue this ad infinitum other than to try to see if we can dilute it below 2/3 and not get the essential part of this clarified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up at the other mic.
Charity Benz. Okay. Good evening. I see my friend Penny Dye over here, and I'm going to mention her momentarily. Over 30 years ago, while handing out flyers at the old Stop and Shop, Penny Dye walked up and introduced herself. We chatted, and I learned from Penny about Nantucket's, quote, transaction economy. One where over and over houses are bought or built and then constantly enlarged and uprooted. That transaction economy, while employing thousands of workers over the years, has relentlessly brought this special place to its limit to absorb more. More workers, more cars, more housing, more services, more infrastructure, more sewer capacity, more electricity, and of course, more conversion of homes into short-term rentals. Tonight brings us to another showdown between 2 very different visions of a small island facing a very challenging future. Those who support Article 66, a retread of last year's failed Article 59, are obsessed with monetizing Nantucket for all it's worth. However, those who have seen the impact of the transaction economy on Nantucket over the years have a very different perspective. Too much more of everything is simply unsustainable for the island itself and for the taxpayers who are being asked to subsidize its further exploitation. So let's be completely honest. Article 66 is not so much about lawsuits or resurrecting the Nantucket of 100 years ago or Mr. Rogers. It is about opening up the entire island to short-term rentals as a primary use in every dwelling, finding a way at the expense of our
That's your 2
communities.
minutes. Thank you. Ms. Dye?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Penny Dye. I live in town. We are clearly living in an age of grievance. Short-term vacation rentals have been blamed for everything on Nantucket except erosion. They've been blamed for traffic, overcrowding, lack of affordable housing, and even challenges in getting dinner reservations. Nantucket's economy for over 150 years has relied heavily on tourism, with a long-standing tradition of vacationers visiting the island. With no large-scale hotels or resorts, over 90% of visitors stay in private homes. According to the town assessor, Nantucket has 12,700 residential units. However, since the initiation of the local short-term rental registry, 1,100 properties have registered. That is 8.66% of the total housing stock on this island. This means that over 91% of all the houses on Nantucket are either rented for longer than 32 days, owner-occupied, or vacant. This also means that the majority of the traffic, crowds, and people on this island are not caused by short-term rentals, but by the majority of properties that are only occupied in the summer and those of us who take care of those properties. More than 82% of our taxes are paid by non-resident taxpayers. Okay, a couple of facts that are important. High-intensity renting is rare from 2019 through 24. 95% of all properties were rented for fewer than 8 times. Half were rented for 4 weeks or less in 1 year. The number of all leases through NAREB has been stable and statistically flat since 2021. Article 66 will stop the lawsuits that have pitted neighbors against one another. It is a fundamental property ownership right to rent your home responsibly, and it is reckless not to safeguard that right for future generations. Our town meeting serves as a legislative body in Nantucket, and we, the island voters,
Up at the other microphone, please. Yes, go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yes, please state your name.
Yes, my name is Eric Silfen, and I live at 3 Minute View Drive here in Nantucket. I am opposed to Article 66 for 2 reasons. One is emotional, and the other is financial. So emotionally, I was driven around when I first bought my property by Dan Maxwell. I sat in the front of his truck, and I remember him saying to me, Eric, if you want to retire here, and if you want to be the administrator of the hospital, this is where you need to live. And he showed me residential properties. And what he said was, I still remember this, what he said was, you need to live here because 1, you can walk to work, and 2, the people who will be surrounding you are people who live here year-round. They will be like you. So, we go back and forth, right? We have the headwinds of change working on one hand, and we have the tailwinds of financial advantage working on the other. I have to pick. I am going to pick the headwinds of change. I'm going to stay where I am, and I'm going to vote against Article 66 because I like my neighbors. The second reason is financial. Until, and I've talked with members of leadership here in the town, I have had letters printed in both newspapers, and I have spoken with our state representative in Massachusetts, and this is correct. Right now, anyone who pays residential rates but still rents out for commercial purposes, and I look at folks who make exorbitant amounts of money renting out their homes for 1 or 2 months during the summer as being a commercial opportunity, right? I do not participate in that,
Thank
in
you.
any of that game.
Up at the other mic, please.
Can you hear me? Kate Sale.
recovering licensed real estate broker, but a real estate appraiser currently. You can't hear me? Oh, be louder. I can do that. Kate Sale. A couple of things. I'm supporting Article 66 because I feel like we need to make it legal so that we can regulate it. And I feel that strongly, not for me, but for the loads of year-round people who require renting their home as a way to stay here or to pay for their property taxes or their $10,000 a year homeowner's insurance, which I recently was billed with. This is not a commercial use. Renting your home is still a residential use. Whether you are in it or someone else is living in it, it's a residential use. The zoning code's purpose is to define those uses. That's all we're doing with Article 66. We're defining what you can use your house for, and then through the general bylaws, we can regulate how often that's used as a rental. I see we're blaming all development on rentals now. Apparently, every corporation in the world is buying property here to rent it, which doesn't make any financial sense if you think about it. I say again, please vote for this, make it legal, and then we can regulate it. Thank you.
Thank you. At the no microphone.
Hello, my name is Ann Duez, 5 Mill Street. I'd like to elaborate the two key reasons that I think we should vote no on 66. The first is that it's reckless because there's no going back. As we heard earlier, when you do a zoning change, you really can't go back. We need 2/3 vote, and which we know is hard, and you also have all the people who benefited from it get to keep that benefit. So that means we don't go back. The second reason is that it's premature. We are not ready, as proponents of 66 claim. Yes, we have tools, but either they are unformulated or they are largely tested, unproven, or unevenly followed. Enforcement is just aspirational at this point. So what do we have? We have the restrictions on investors that were passed last year. Well, guess what? We haven't had any implementation. The short-term rental registry, it was voted in 2022, but it only became operative in February and only effective in January of this year. So as a case in point about compliance with the rules, at Meet the Articles on April 5th, the sponsor of Article 66 said about the registry, and I quote, "I myself have not yet done that. Furthermore, we can't find any registration numbers on the advertisements of her rental properties, despite the fact that this has been a requirement since January 1st. So if the person most vested in getting you to believe we will be okay because of the rules and regulations we have in place doesn't actually follow them, why would you believe in this argument? So please vote no on 66, and I'd like to ask through the moderator of the select board, could you please let us know whether the check mark on the advertisements is actually real?
Please.
The approval.
Please stop. We're going to go up to the back microphone here, and then I'll come down to the select board if I see a hand. Go ahead.
I'm Rebecca Duhame, also known as Rebec, Fisher's Landing. I'm standing here today as one of the investors that's being vilified in some of the advertising I see as I drive around the island. But like the vast, vast majority of people who rent our homes on a traditional Nantucket vacation rental basis, I don't make a lot of money doing it. And for the vast majority of it, we have one home. Whether we're here year-round or seasonal, one home that we rent. And like I said, we're not making a lot of money at it. I'm here to ask you to consider, I know there's been a lot of talk about these groups of investors and other sort of villainous entities that we imagine are out there swooping in if this passes, swooping in to buy up real estate and convert it to short-term rentals. Well, as been mentioned, the numbers don't work. No investor in their right mind would come to the Nantucket market right now and buy property specifically to turn it into a short-term rental. The costs are too high, the season is too short, the limitations on being able to rent are too daunting in terms of things like the ferry. So we're being misled on thinking that this is going to blow something wide open. It's not. This is about correcting a loophole in the zoning so people like me and the hundreds of other people who, by the way, for the most part are renting a week at a time to families. We're screening people. We're making sure people who come to stay in our homes are people who are going to respect the island and her traditions and our neighbors. We're just asking, please, end the nightmare for us of the threat of being sued for doing things that we've been responsibly doing for decades. Okay, in my case, 1 decade, but I know a lot of people have been doing this for 2 or 3 decades. Consider us, please, and that we are the backbone of the Nantucket tourist economy, if you don't care about us personally. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Camp?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Abby Camp, I serve on the HDC. You have to eat. Hello? Okay. Abby Camp, I serve on the HDC. The sponsor of Article 66 has made a lot of claims. Here are some that caught my eye. Families renting to visitors is a time-honored tradition on Nantucket, end quote. This is true, and wouldn't it be nice if we were living back in the day when renting cottages were run by and for Nantucketers. 2025 has a completely different feel than 1925 or 1825. Cottages have become compounds, and owners who rent are not just Nantucketers. I am a traditional Nantucket owner who rents. I rent my home every summer and do the Nantucket Shuffle. Many real estate agencies have helped me to rent my house through the years. This year was different. We heard rentals were scarce to non-existent. It's just not that easy to rent anymore. There is a lot of competition, and the island is just not the relaxed life people used to come here for. Not to mention the litany of objections such as traffic jams, overcrowding, beaches, restaurants, the biggest headache just getting your ferry reservation. Astonishing to me is the number of properties that come before the HDC and end up advertised as short-term rentals. Why on earth would we want to change the existing zoning to allow more SDRs that will just make the situation worse? Another claim of Article 66.
Thank you. So up in the back, and then I'm going to go over to the no, and then I'm coming down to you, Mr. Mooring. I got to go back and forth here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Peter Burke, resident of First Way. I'm here on my own capacity as a citizen, not representing any organization or board. I would like to call the question to vote.
Mr. Burke has called the question. That motion is non-debatable. It takes a 2/3 vote. A yes vote will end debate, and we'll go immediately to a vote on Article 66. If you want to keep discussing Article 66, vote no on the motion to move the question. Does anyone have any questions about the motion to move the question and the effect? Okay. Yes is 1, no is 2. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On the motion to move the question, yes 634, no, 142. That motion is adopted. So now, and I want to be very clear so that there's no confusion at all, what we're going to vote on now is the motion of the planning board on Article 66 as printed in the warrant. It appears on page 89 to page 90. A yes vote will adopt that motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. To be very clear, because I know people get confused about motions, this is the article. Last year there was a confusion, I think, by some people. If you came here to vote on 66, this is your moment to vote. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. And it does require a 2/3 vote. Voting is now closed. Okay, on the motion on Article 66, yes, 468, no, 321. That's a total vote of 789. 2/3 is 526. The motion is not adopted. Okay, Article 67. Article 67 is on page 90 to 91 of the warrant. The planning board's motion was to take no action. The article was sponsored by Fritz McClure. I have a positive motion from Mr. McClure, which is basically what is printed in the warrant, moved to amend Chapter 139 of the Town Code zoning as follows, and then it's just as printed in the warrant. Is that your motion, Mr. McClure?
Yes.
Is there a second? Okay, motion made and seconded. Thank you. Mr. McClure, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Good. I sponsored Article 67 because I believe that the regulation of STRs needs to be addressed in our zoning bylaw. And I think a majority of the island residents agree. Article 67 places some restrictions on an owner's ability to use their property for short-term rental income, but includes accommodations that acknowledge the seasonal nature of our economy and the long history of rentals by homeowners. Article 67 is a simplified version of Article 2 from last year's town meeting, which received, I think, about 55% of the vote. I just want to spend a couple of minutes summarizing the article so that everybody understands how simple this article really is. First, the owner occupancy requirement, which is the core of the component of this article, is very liberal. Only 30 days a year. The days do not need to be consecutive and may include days used on a non-rental basis by family and by friends. Second, the owner can rent on a short-term basis as long as the owner's occupancy period is more than the short-term rental period. Let me provide a couple of examples. First, If the owner's family and friends occupy the property for 121 days, then the owner can rent on a short-term basis for 120 days. Second example, if the owner has a house and a cottage on his property, or his property, as I do, and lives in the house for the entire year, the owner could rent the cottage on a short-term basis for 364 days a year. Third point, the Article 67 does not limit the number of STR rental contracts per year. It does not have a specific aggregate limit on the number of days you can rent. Fourth, during the month of July and August, there is a 7-day minimum stay requirement. There is only a 3-day stay requirement in the other 10 months. Finally, I've added, there is an exception that encourages off-peak winter rental for temporary housing. Let me give you an example. If the owner rents a property to one person for at least 6 months a year, then the owner does not need to live in the property for up to 30 days. The owner can then rent on a short-term basis for 1 day less than that 6 months, and the property could be an investment property. Finally, I want to note that the Planning Board said that my article could be a viable alternative to Article 66. You'll find that comment at the top of page 92 in your booklet. Article 66 is no longer an alternative. In closing, we have debated STRs at town meetings for 5 years. Let's make this the last year. I hope you will vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an amendment from Mr. Constable. Is he here? Oh, there you are. Okay. Mr. Constable's amendment does two things.
Thank you.
So let me get it up here first, Mr. Constable. In the definition of short-term rental, you're changing the definition by changing 31 calendar days to 13 calendar days. And in section 13938 1B, you're adding twice the number of, whoops, it says twice the number of, but what you mean is 1 day less than twice the number of days that the lot is occupied by the owner. Is that your amendment?
That is correct, and thanks for correcting my typo.
All right, is there a second? Okay, motion made and seconded. All right, Mr. Constable, 2 minutes.
If you could start the clock in 30 seconds, just give me a head start. I think I've been listening to the same argument that the rest of you have for 5 years, and I think I've distilled it down to 2 problems. One is the nuisance rentals, that noisy neighbors who move in for a weekend for a party and leave beer bottles in their trash cans outside, and et cetera, et cetera. And the other is the erosion of affordable housing for year-round residents. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all solution for both of those. I think the second problem probably needs to be addressed through other means, and I would suggest it be a geographic, because the typical person who's looking for affordable housing is not going to be seeking a short-term rental up on Brant Point or Monomoy waterfront or Lincoln Circle for that matter. They're probably looking for housing in, I would call it Mid-Island, but it would be any of the other non-historic or non-waterfront districts. So I think that's a solution for a future article. I support 67 and 68, and I think they're the best tools to attack the problem of the nuisance rentals. But I think they reflect the vacationing patterns of a former generation of month-long rentals. I think the typical working family or professionals from off-island no longer are able to take month-long vacations, which is why I propose that we shorten the definition of the short-term rental to 2 weeks. I don't think a typical 2-week renter is the person who is leaving those beer bottles on the street or making a lot of noise at night. I think they are the type of people who aspire to eventually do a month-long rental or eventually own their own house. And I think that sums that one up. On the twice, can I have 15 more seconds to explain the twice the days?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The reason I'm doubling the number of days is the owner of a house who aspires to move into their house full-time could maybe occupy their house for the month of June and rent it for the or maximize their rental in the months of July and August, for example.
Thank you. On Mr. Constable's amendment, Mr. McClure.
Yes?
Yes, Mr. McClure.
Yes,
go
thank
ahead.
you. I'm opposed to the amendment. Article 67 is simple and straightforward. We oppose any amendment that complicates the bylaw or loosens the requirements further. The STR rental period must be subordinate to the occupancy period in order to qualify as an accessory use. So we oppose the amendment. I would ask for a point and ask specifically whether this amendment is within the scope of the original article.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Up at the back, Mike?
Genevieve Harmon, to the article and to the amendment. Who's going to police these? I mean, are you going to be turning in your neighbors like, oh no, you weren't here for 30 days? I just don't get this. Thank you.
Thank you. Up at the no microphone in the back? No? Okay. Ms. Dye? Then I'll go to you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Penny Dye. I just want to point out, I oppose this amendment simply because 93%, of all leases for the last 5 years through NAREM offices were for less than 32 days, with the majority renting for 1 week. Most vacationers simply cannot afford to come to Nantucket any longer for more than 1 week. So I would also mention that the state definition of short-term rental is 32 days or less. And lastly, I would like to comment that how can the town of Nantucket and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts be taxing and regulating a use that is not legal? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. The gentleman here at the, yes. And we seem to have flipped mics, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Madam Moderator, Mike Hurley, 6 Salty Way. I have a question. I have another amendment to this article. Do we process that separately, or shall I discuss it now?
If it doesn't dovetail well with this, let's do the constable amendment first, and then I'll come to you for your amendment.
Thank you.
And maybe you could come down and just have a quick convo with town council and make sure that it's okay, whatever you're proposing. Thank you.
Good evening, Campbell Sutton again. I just wanted to check on the 13 days because it's my understanding that this short-term rental definition that we have in our bylaw under definitions in chapter 139-2 is the state's definition of a short-term rental. And I'm not sure we're in a position to change that specifically.
We can change it in our bylaw, but we can't change the state definition.
Okay, good clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Howard?
Also, I'd just like to point out that I think accessory in general means that it's a secondary use versus a primary use, which means the main use. So if you go to twice the second piece of the amendment here, if you do twice the number of days that the owner is in it, then you're actually making the short-term rental the main use of the house, right? Versus, I believe this article is trying to create an accessory use, like a secondary use, like you live in your house, to the twice the number of creating a primary versus a secondary. That was what I was speaking to, sir. So, and the other thing I would like, as an aside, is I would really like it when the realtors get up to speak on an article that specifically relates to their financial well-being, that they disclose that, because I don't think we're hearing that. And so I think it can bias the decisions for people. Thank you.
Mr. Howarth?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Right off the bat, I would like to say that there's an awful lot of people that work and live here in real estate and do a really good job of being very, very fair and careful about how this place is held dear. So I kind of resent hearing comments like that. None of us are looking to profit excessively to the detriment of an asset that we all share. Just while you're sitting around, you might want to take a look at the dormant comment clause. Dormant Commerce Clause. Town Council discussed this earlier. The reason I'm bringing this up with regard to the amendment, because it's talking about 2 different deck chairs on the Titanic. 13 days, 15 days, 2 weeks, 5 weeks, it doesn't matter. As soon as you start limiting this stuff, you're starting to limit, you're starting to limit the proportion of people who are on-island owners and off-island owners. And as soon as you do that, you're against litigation that was successful in Santa Monica and a variety of other places where the Commerce Clause was used by people, by the way, who are the investor class that you guys are all scared of, to come in and bust that out. All right? So you might want to take a look at this. Anything that is specific to the number of days, anything that is specific to any of these uses, it's limiting in that matter. This is one of the reasons 66 was so good for y'all, because it's absolutely, absolutely impervious to an outside suit that would use the Dormant Commerce Clause. Now, what's the big word? Google it, take a look. All right? And Mr. Giorgio also previously made mention of this. So my feeling on this and any other amendments or any other article that carves into that area, instead of making a general point that this is legal on Nantucket, is going to fail either now or down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kickham?
Hi, Christy Kickham. I know it's just arithmetic, but just the stipulations on these on this article, to me, is just maddening. I think going forward, it's going to be maddening. I also want to remind, whenever we hear the term short-term rental, we immediately think investor, off-island homeowner that's renting. But short-term rental, to me, it's a local benefit. It is so local that all this regulation that's going into it, I was actually for Article 66 because I agree with regulation and oversight. But I think that the more we strip away local flexibility for families to pay their mortgage, retain housing for their kids to return to the island to live here and create a life, to me is really not the sort of the approach. That's my personal opinion. So I'm going to vote against this article.
Okay. On the amendment, at this microphone, Ms. Ball, is that Ms. Balser? I can't tell. Yes. Did you want to speak on the amendment? On the main motion or the amendment? Okay. So I think we can go to a vote then on the amendment. Mr. Constable's amendment would change 31 calendar days to 13 calendar days, and would change 1B to read, the lot is used as an accessory short-term rental for a maximum of 1 day less than twice the number of days that the lot is occupied by the owner. This requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Okay, on Mr. Constable's amendment, yes, 111, no, 589. That amendment is not adopted. Now, they had another gentleman who had an amendment he was proposing, and I'm sorry I did not get your name. So when you get to the mic, if you could give it to me again. This amendment would be to change in 13938(1)(c), change, and there shall be only one dwelling unit used as an accessory short-term rental at any time. Sublets are prohibited. Change that 1 to 2. Is that your amendment?
Yes, it is. I'm Mike Herlihy from 6 Salty Way.
Okay, Mike Herlihy. Thank you. Mr. Herlihy.
Can I speak to the amendment?
Yes, please,
Okay,
please do. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I should really introduce myself as an unintended consequence. I think everybody here in this room has Nantucket at heart and loves it to death and wants to make it better. Unfortunately, when we craft these things, as we learned in the 12 months of the short-term rental group and the 9 months of the trying to get the 3 groups together, et cetera, there's a lot of fine detail in executing the short-term, long-term, middle-term rental business. 50 years ago, we started bringing our family here, and they washed ashore for those 50 years. They've made it from Africa and California. Our investment here is in our family. The gray shingles and the property and everything else are incidental. In order to keep our property here in Nantucket, which is a single lot, in a rural area, so it doesn't necessarily have the problems of being in a more intense neighborhood or downtown. We need the flexibility of renting both the house and the cottage interdependently with the usage of our family. We have 17 members in the family now, and fortunately or unfortunately, sometimes they drag along friends and kids and all that kind of stuff because we like that. If we cannot only rent them one at a time, it takes our income stream down 40%. And we can't really afford that. So we propose this amendment, one, because we have to have it that way to continue, but also to illustrate the intricacies of unintended consequences. We're nice people. Other people with unintended consequences are nice too. And they love Nantucket. So I thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you. On the amendment. Okay, 2 dwelling units with an S. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
The Irish can't spell.
Mr. McClure?
Yes, I would oppose the amendment for the reasons I stated before, but I just make one other comment, and I want to make sure that we all understand. We're talking about regulating short-term rentals. We're not regulating other rentals. So the gentleman who spoke is not precluded from renting both of his cottages. He's only precluded on renting them both on a short-term rental basis. That means that he could rent one on a short-term rental basis, and he could rent the other one as long as he's renting for a period of more than 31 days at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment, Mr. Hurley?
We have done, over the 25 years that we've been able to have this property and these cottage and house, we have done longer term and shorter term rentals, et cetera. The numbers that I gave you are what it takes in today's marketplace to break even and contribute several $100,000s to the economy and taxes and everything else, we can also show you the records for. This house also enabled us over the years to bring a new family to Nantucket, our son and his 2 kids. They live in a more crowded neighborhood after we were able to rent the place to them for a while so they could find a place. It took them 2.5 years to find a place. So we're sensitive to all these issues. I think the real message here, you want to help the Hurleys and all vote yes on this, that'd be great. But the real message here is you can't manage these things easily with a simple set of rules.
Thank you.
And we've learned that through the short-term rental group. And
Thank you. Mr. Fee?
Yeah, I have a point of, just a question. Are you talking, because I'm a little confused, are you saying you'd like to be able to rent both separately, or would you like to be able to rent both of them to the same owner? Because I'm not sure it's clear the way it's amended.
Matt, I would say that we've done both. We've rented both together to people like ourselves that have 17 people, and we've rented them separately. I would say more than half are separate cases because we get people that have, a couple that wants to come and spend September, and they belong to Sankaty and they want to play golf and that kind of stuff, so somebody else will take the main house. But we have plenty of off-street parking. We're not a problem. We're an unintended consequence.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Johnson?
Joanne Johnson. Is the intent here that there'll be no more than 2 dwelling units? Because right now it says only 2. That means like there can't be 1.
More than 2 or just 2?
No. I'd say no more than 2.
No more than 2.
It just doesn't read.
Oh, instead of only.
Yeah.
Change the only to no more than. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Hurley? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, on the amendment. Seeing no one, this requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On Mr. Hurley's amendment to Article 67, yes 276, no 446, that amendment is defeated. Okay, now we're back on Mr. McClure's main motion as made at the beginning. And I'll go up to you in the back, yes.
My name is Peter Hoey, live at 3 Middle Torpashaw Road. I suspect my position on STRs is somewhat unique in this room because I've experienced both sides of this equation. For 18 years, my wife and I were victims of a bad neighbor who was the owner of an STR and bad transient tenants who were renting it. The other side of the coin is we rented our guest cottage for 8 years. So I've seen both sides of this. And I'm here tonight in support of this article and in support of Article 68 as well. In 1990, my wife Linda and I bought our home on the bluff in Tom Nevers. What we didn't realize was we were right next door to what is affectionately known as the Wedding Factory. As the storybooks go, we had a dream of retiring in peace and tranquility, sipping coffee or wine and listening to the waves, and it didn't quite work out that way. I did retire 11 years later in 2001. And for the next 18 years, there were 57 weddings next door. I went down to the planning board and I pulled the numbers. Let me share them with you. There were over 180 tents, each for 3 days. There were over 100 porta potties. There were buses, there were bands, there were fires on the beach. Over 7,000 people attended those weddings. There was loud music that did not end at 10 o'clock, but there were smells from the porta potties that went on forever. So for that reason, I'm opposed to open scale, short-term rentals with no control and in favor of this article. The alternative is that we rented our home for 8 years. We had a minimum of 1 week stay. Many of our guests stayed 2 weeks or even 4 weeks. Many of them came back multiple years. We never had a single problem.
Thank you.
Why is that? Because I interviewed every one of them before I rented.
Okay.
Please vote in favor of this article.
Thank you. Ms. Balzer?
I want to say that I think the arrangement of having all the antis and all the pros to polarize this further is a very poor one. I also want to say that
what?
I noticed that you've asked all the antis to be on one side and all the pros to be on the other, which I think is a very poor thing to do to this crowd, myself.
Okay.
I also want to say that about Mr. McClure's article, I wrote my Article 66 so that I could offer a solution to the legal problem that we're in, which we are definitely in. I have heard from town council that he is extremely worried about it. I've heard from a judge how he feels about it because I was sitting in front of him when he said it. So I'm really surprised that the crowd isn't interested in that. We've had Mr. Howarth talk about the importance of looking at the dormant commerce clause to be aware. When you're voting on something like 67 and 68, there's a high likelihood that it will not pass at the constitutional level. So I don't know why the conversation isn't picking that up. I'm also disappointed that people are talking about personal matters and looking like they're making legislative decisions about personal matters or personalizing comments to article sponsors. I think that is a real disappointment.
Thank you. Up in the back?
Michael Harder, 23 Macy's Lane. I'm opposed to this article for many reasons. The main one is that requiring seven-day minimum in July and August. It was mentioned earlier that some people can't afford a full month of vacation on Nantucket. Well, some people can't afford a whole week. I live in my home. I go down to the basement when we have renters. And I couldn't live here without short-term rental, obviously. And a lot of, people might not want to spend a whole week in my house, but we have very few month-long rentals, never month-long rental. It's on the modest price end, so 3-day renters, we would love to have everyone rent for 7 days, but it's just not a fact. People can't afford staying here for a whole week, so that's why I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Baird is speaking as the representative of the non-voting taxpayer group.
Good evening. My comments, I just want to clarify, are given in accordance with the town charter. They're not on behalf of myself or any other organizations with which I am involved. I wanted to speak quickly about 67, which we're talking about now. They contain occupancy requirements that discriminate in favor of one type of homeowner over another, as the Dormant Commerce Clause has been discussed. We did learn this year that there was a successful class action suit filed in South Lake Tahoe, which was successful in federal court on this particular situation. And so really this particular article, if passed, would not have any end to litigation. It would just create a new reason for litigation. So please consider that. Again, it's the AG from Massachusetts, because Massachusetts law is silent on occupancy requirements like this, the AG would approve it, but then it would end up probably in court somewhere in a federal court. So again, what the town council suggested really should be considered because it already has happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McClure?
I'd just like to briefly rebut the two speakers have brought up the unconstitutionality issue, the Commerce Clause issue. Two speakers have brought up the constitutionality issue, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands. There are two cases, one case in Texas, one case in Nevada. The Texas case held that the requirement that the rental be permanently occupied by the owner was unconstitutional because it regulated residents and non-residents differently. Our article does not do that. The case in Nevada was held unconstitutional because it distinguished between residents of the state and non-residents of the state. That is not our article. So it's been brought up twice. Two of us have spoken against it. I just want to make sure everybody understands that this isn't clear as some people would like you to think it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maury?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And through you to the previous speaker, I agree that this is not as clear as some people would have you believe. This is not a straightforward article. In fact, it sets up this perverse system where if you were to rent your house for, say, 32 days, and then you weren't able to come to the island for some reason to use it, you now have to find a family member or a friend to travel off-season to Nantucket to stay in your house in order to remain in compliance with the law. How is that beneficial to anybody? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about the circumstances with the wedding factory. I'm aware that it exists, but I don't know how this article speaks to that matter. I do know that several years ago, we empowered the Board of Health to promulgate any regulation that it deems necessary to address nuisances, including parking issues, noise violations, and just very broadly nuisances. So that can happen at any meeting of the Board of Health without having to come back to town meeting. We have the framework in place to control problem properties. We have a complaint hotline, which is almost never used. We have an annual re-registration process where you have to testify that you're in compliance with all of the laws, not just related to short-term rentals, but all of the laws. And, we have agreed to all those things already. So I'm not sure what this occupancy requirement intends to do, except restrict the supply of vacation rental houses. And I don't have a clock here, but I expect I'm out of time. Thanks.
Mr. Kickham?
I'm Christy Kickham. I'm sorry if I'm at the wrong mic. I'm not sure. But,
It doesn't really, you can go to
yeah,
any
I know.
mic. I was just
I
trying
appreciate
to
it.
get a balanced debate because
I
that's
get
what
it.
they do in other communities.
Makes sense.
Who knows?
I just wanted to mention, it's unfortunate. A lot of our neighbors and friends have had rentals that are a nuisance and ones that we just, you feel bad, but it's hard to blanket that to the rest of the island. I think that where that comes in is what Dave Iverson had mentioned, where we start to regulate and have oversight. If you have an issue like that, that should be a law enforcement issue, it should be a town regulation issue, and maybe you're penalized if you have too many violations as a renter. But I don't think to blanket, the island because of certain circumstances that are deemed nuisance in worse is not the way to go. I believe in regulation, and hopefully that opportunity will come back up. I'm still not going to vote for this article.
Thank you. Ms. Mulder?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. In light of my comments previously for Article 66, I just wanted to make a couple here. We are in support of Articles 67 and 68, allowing short-term rentals as an accessory use in residential districts. Article 67 ensures that all Nantucket residents have the ability to short-term rent their homes as long as they are using it primarily as a residence. And as has been discussed, this article does provide a number of ways for that to happen. Our priority, again, is to reduce the pressure and incentive to turn our limited resource of homes into businesses that may profit individuals but can cumulatively harm the long-term health of our environment and community. Just to address a couple of points that were raised, state law does allow for municipalities to regulate the number of days that an operator can short-term rent, which is what this article does propose to do. Again, this article does not distinguish between residents of different states, as has been the case in some other communities, such as the South Lake Tahoe, where there was a specific distinction set out for permanent residents. This article does not do that. There also was a question earlier about how can we be regulating and registering a use that's not legal. After short-term rental started through Airbnb and other platforms, the state understandably wanted to take advantage of this through taxation and some regulation. And so it's granted us as municipalities the ability to do that through our general bylaw, but our general bylaw doesn't necessarily make it a lawful use. It does recognize it and attempt to regulate it. I think the other point that I just want to finish with is that policy is rarely, if ever, perfect or unbreakable, but it should hopefully be simple and achieve the desired outcome, and we believe that Article 67 does that. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. Jim Mondani, 9 Appleton. Speaking for myself, I sit on the zoning board. I've heard a few of these cases, and my opinion has nothing to do with the board's position on this. I'm not going to change, I don't think I'm going to change anyone's mind, but I want to give you another perspective that surprisingly is not brought up here. We talk about it in economic terms with people trying to pay for their expenses. But I'm an example of a business owner that relies on short-term rentals. Frankly, everybody relies on short-term rentals. We could debate it, and I like to play a game all the time with friends, like, name me some business that doesn't rely on people coming out here. No one. And we have people that are fighting against this that have earned great wealth off of this. We all know it. They are the people at a very different socioeconomic level, and let's face it, or they're retirees and they don't care. They are, I got mine, not my backyard. But by cutting the rentals by even 1 week, and I have a boat rental business on the boat basin, we have 10 weeks of business. That's it. So if you take away two weeks, that sinks my business pretty much, because everything is based upon this 10-week schedule. And those short-term rentals are what drive things. They're going to dinner every night. They're going to charter boat. They're going to rent my boat. They're going to play golf. The people that are here all summer, come on. Are you frequenting these businesses? So think about that when you vote about these esoteric arguments.
Thank you. Ms. Dilworth?
Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. Debbie Dilworth, full disclosure, as was suggested earlier, I am a real estate broker, but that's only been since 2020. For 37 years, I worked for the Town of Nantucket in the finance department, the last 28 of which I was the tax assessor. And I have serious concerns about both of these articles, because there's something that no one has brought up, is how are we going to enforce the occupancy requirements? Not to mention that I feel it's very punitive. As someone that managed the residential exemption and its qualifications for 28 years, I can tell you that was not easy to do. And what these articles 67 and 68 are proposing, I don't know, you're gonna have a Gladys Kravitz on every corner. It's just, how are people gonna keep track? You're gonna have to have an entire fleet of people to go around and watch. And I think if someone doesn't wanna occupy their house for the 30 days, isn't that less stress on the infrastructure? You know, we had a power failure for Christmas stroll last year because we probably need a third cable. So if we're encouraging people to occupy their houses for at least 30 days before they're entitled to rent, aren't we part of the problem? Aren't we just exacerbating the problem? So I don't know, I'm just really disappointed. I thought 66 was the smart way to go. And quite frankly, I got a lot of mail past week, and it's disappointing to see former FinCom members and Board of Selectmen that should know better, that the short-term rental excise is an important part of our budget. Every dollar that we collect through the short-term rental tax is not going on your tax levy. And as of Saturday, that seemed to be a major concern. And tonight, we're concerned about people's calendars. I thought we were smarter than that. Please vote no on both of these articles.
Thank you. Please don't do that. Ms. Cornell?
I really don't like following her because she just said everything I wanted to say, which is if we have a residency requirement whereby you can only rent 1 day less, you've now doubled the amount of time that people are in that house. So actually, we'd use less water and less roads and all that stuff if we just rented for the 7 weeks and called it a day without having me have to be here for 7 weeks too. Now, I don't have a short-term rental. And at the same time, I just wonder why we as a community seem to be getting really punitive about how we want to take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Up at the back.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Clay Evans. I've had the privilege of working on many social causes, and last summer, I actually took the time to speak with elected officials in other communities of our state, and I was surprised. Actually, I learned from Councilor Sabrina Wheeler in Cambridge that they actually passed an article just like this, and they found that it reduces the worst excesses of short-term rentals, the out-of-control behavior, and the speculation that drives gentrification. It reduces the strain on our infrastructure resources, while at the same time enhancing the quality of life for our residents, and creates a mutual respect and promotes responsible tourism. And that's why I would encourage a yes vote on Articles 67 and 68. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKee?
Yes, my name is Chris McGee. I've had a house on the island for 30 years. I've rented it on and off, some years not, other years yes. And as your situation changes, you know, you might rent it more, you might rent it less. In all my years of renting, and I rent primarily through real estate agents, I've never had a problem. I've never had a problem with a renter. I've never had a problem with a neighbor that has called and said, hey, the people you had in last week were terrible. I find most of the time that these people come to the island because they're excited to be in Nantucket. And I know that you can always have a situation where some people do have problems. The problem I have with this particular this particular article is that we're putting fences around things and saying you have to do this in order to be like that. And I find that totally unenforceable. I just went through the process this winter of registering my house with the town, and it took me 3 visits down to the town facility by the fire station to basically try and get it done. I finally had to get it done with my daughter because I wasn't able to complete the application. And I'm listening here to all of this stuff we're going to be doing where we're going to check out how many days you've been on island or your family member's been on island. It sounds to me like it's an excuse to basically, if you don't like what's happening next door, to basically get an attorney and call somebody up and say, how many days have you been on island? How many days are you renting your house? And I find that to be the very not Nantucket way. Why don't you just knock on the door next door and ask and tell somebody you had a problem with the last people that were there and could they do something about it? And then use the town's resources to basically figure out whether you have another option. Vote no, please. Thank you.
Mr. DaCosta? Yes? I think that would be lovely. You've been requested not to clap by someone other than me. Go ahead, Mr. DaCosta.
Madam Moderator, I was going to call the question, but I got to make a comment, so I guess I'm not calling the question. Because all three, I know, but all three of these articles are pretty much boilerplate the same, so I'll make my comments now and I'll call the next two, okay? This island's main business is tourism. Let's get that into our heads. It's been our business for the last 100 years. We have 50 scallopers left. We can't even find a market for our product half of the year. There's no more commercial fishing. We build houses and renovate houses for summer residents and houses that house tourists. The difference between Nantucket today and the Nantucket of 30 years ago is the cost of these houses. 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, when I built my house, I could buy a piece of land, build a house with my friends, work a single job, my wife could work, and we could afford a house. My son sits here in front of us tonight. He's a fireman in this town. His girlfriend is a nurse. They can't do that unless they have the ability to rent that property. They're looking at $1.5 million starter price to get into a house. And they probably won't qualify for any of the other housing systems that we have because they make too much money. The difference with Nantucket now from 20 years ago is that we had lots of guest houses downtown that people stayed in for these 3D periods. Those houses are now all mansions. So now those same people that come here for 3 days rent a house for 3 days. And now, as someone said back there, the neighbor next door doesn't like the fact that their neighbor's renting it, so they call a lawyer and complain. If these rentals go away, our economy goes away. Is that what we want? I'm sorry, but this is getting ridiculous. How many years in a row have we been here having the same argument?
Thank you.
We just need to move on.
Thank you. I've heard from you, Mr. McClure. I'm going to go up here to this person I haven't heard from.
Hi, my name is Jody Patterson. I'd like to call the question, please.
Oh, okay. So that it requires a 2/3 vote. A yes vote will end debate. A no vote will continue debate. If the motion to move the question is adopted, then we'll go directly to a vote on Mr. McClure's main motion under Article 67. So a yes vote will adopt the motion to move the question. A no vote will defeat that motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. So at the end of the first quarter, it was Boston 26, the Knicks 25. I cannot believe I am missing that game to be here. What is it now? Oh, an update, 36-33 now. Okay, on the motion to move the question, voting is closed. Yes, 667, no 58. That motion is adopted. So now we're going to go to a vote on Mr. McClure's motion on Article 67. Mr. McClure's motion is essentially the text of Article 67 turned into a motion. This is the vote on Article 67, unless there's any confusion. A yes vote will adopt this motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On the motion, yes, 243, no, 492. That is not adopted. Okay, Article 68. Article 68, let's see, appears on page 92 of the warrant. The Finance Committee's motion was not to adopt. I have a positive motion from Patsy Wright. If you could get to the, is that you up there at the microphone?
It is.
Okay, and so your motion on 68 is basically moved that Chapter 123 of the Town Code, short-term rentals, be amended as follows, and then the rest of the text is as printed in the warrant. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Ms. Wright.
Gonna let these people leave?
Yes.
Hey, guys, don't leave. I'm just up. They don't care. Good evening, Madam Moderator. My name is Patsy Wright. I've lived on Nantucket since 1983. Some of the people here already know me, but many of you don't. So in the short time I'm allotted tonight to speak, I hope for all of you to get a sense of who I am, what I stand for, and why, most importantly, why I am putting myself out here in front of our whole town to pass a short-term rental article that is just pure common sense. It is easy, simple, uncomplicated, and something that we cannot all only live with, but more importantly, it is something that I believe we can be proud of, because Article 68 seeks to enhance the quality of life for our residents. To be crystal clear, I am not against short-term renting. I support neighbors renting their homes in the Nantucket tradition. I have rented my home in this tradition for years. However, commercial investor-focused short-term rentals are ruining the very fabric of our community. Please allow me to walk you through Article 68, but Fritz McClure pretty much did that. But I'm gonna do it again anyway, because it's simple, it makes sense, and here it goes. The article protects the rights of homeowners to short-term rent their homes in the Nantucket tradition and discourages investor-only short-term rentals. Under this article, a homeowner would only have to occupy their property for at least 30 non-consecutive days a year. However, residential use by the homeowner could include use by their family or even their friends. Homeowners could also short-term rent their home for as many days as they wanted, provided as one day less than the house is occupied by the owner. The article requires a 7 minimum day stay in July and August and a minimum stay of 3 days the rest of the year. And there you have it, Article 68. You might have heard this question being floated about: how will it be enforced? And that's a good question. The answer is Nantucket's Department of Health recently posted an advertisement for a short-term rental liaison. And I'm going to quote the job description here. It reads, a short-term rental community liaison to oversee the enforcement, licensing, and enforcement coordination of STR regulations. These responsibilities include responding to public inquiries and assisting with enforcement efforts. So that's great. The town has a plan. You may have heard that Article 68 is an improper form because it's a general bylaw that attempts to regulate zoning, or that it is unconstitutional. These are simply not true, gross overstatements and pure, unadulterated speculation. Article 68 is a straightforward approach to regulating STRs by establishing simple guidelines. And it's a general bylaw. Voting to approve it does not cast it in stone like a zoning article would. It's a try it on for size article. If it doesn't fit, bring it back and change it. This article aims to balance the needs of property owners with community standards, ensuring that STRs contribute to our island. Article 68 seeks to enhance the quality of life for residents while supporting responsible tourism. If we look back in history, in this room, 6 short-term articles have gone nowhere. Now it's even more. Articles 90, 60, 42, 43, 59, 2, 67 now. Let's see, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 STR articles that have gone nowhere. This is kind of funny, but a good friend of mine recently called me the last man standing. And that's because other than one house on my street, every house on my street is now is an STR. And
Thank you.
Well, just the very end.
I don't know, because you've had a lot of time. I think I gave you 5 minutes.
All right.
It's a lot.
This is up to us, guys. Really, it is.
Thank you.
We don't want to leave our kids trafficked, do we?
Ms. Crono?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee voted unanimously motion not to adopt on this. This is basically a zoning article dressed up like a general bylaw. And it has all the same characteristics of the previous article, which was just, I would say, effectively defeated in terms of the count. So I would suggest that this article, I mean, Mr. Giorgio, if you wanted to add anything too, because we talked about it at our meeting. But anyway, this is where we got to as the Finance Committee, and it was unanimous.
Thank you. Mr. Giorgio, do you want to expand on that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Through you to the previous speaker. Despite the comments from the previous speaker, I would implore you all to take a look carefully at Article 68. It can only be enacted as a zoning bylaw amendment because it regulates the use of land. And you can only regulate the use of land through zoning. The very first sentence says a short-term rental use. And it adopts from zoning the concept of an accessory use. The general laws allow towns to adopt either zoning or general bylaws regulating short-term rentals. Zoning must be used to regulate land use. A general bylaw can only be used to regulate the operation of the activity. So in my humble opinion, this article is legally defective.
Thank you. Up in the back? Do we have an issue?
An amendment?
Oh, okay.
From-
Do you have the Lucy Hare?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Hare gave me an amendment, and her amendment would do the following. Hold on, we're getting it. I mean, Jeremy's doing an amazing job. If you could see what's going on back here, it's pretty amazing. Okay, so the proposed amendment is highlighted in green here. She's striking the last sentence of 123(3)E. And that's it. That's her proposed amendment. Is that right?
Yes.
And
Yep.
is there a second? Okay, go ahead. Motion made and seconded.
Okay, so she or I find the addition of the last sentence concerning. This requirement feels evasive and is a good example of government overreach.
You got to speak really into the microphone.
Okay, sorry about that. I said this requirement feels evasive and is a good example of government overreach. It also seems unnecessary and possibly erroneous for STR owners, especially given that much of this information is already included in the application. This is not a health department requirement. Also, I want to note this article as a whole was difficult to read, as none of the proposed changes were highlighted, making it challenging to understand exactly what has been modified. So they tried to imply that that was in there, or they were adding that, and the only thing that was added was that sentence.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McClure, on the amendment?
No, ma'am.
No.
On the amendment?
Okay. Mr. DeCosta, on the amendment?
Yes, Madam Moderator, through you to Town Council. Does this change this? To me, it's still an illegal, it's still a zoning article, even if this is approved.
I'm sorry.
What?
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker, this amendment does not change my opinion about the article overall.
So it's still an illegal article, in your opinion?
Well, that's my...
Well, it still should be a zoning article, as far, in your opinion.
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker,
Yes.
that is my opinion.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Beal, on the amendment? I just want to deal with the amendment first.
Mark Beal speaking. Madam Moderator, why are we considering a bill that the Town Council has already said is fatally flawed?
Because Town Council can tell us that, but the voters are the people who make the decision. So we could, that's the shortest answer I can possibly give you. Okay. Are you speaking about the amendment or the article itself? Anyone else on the amendment? Okay, so we're going to go to a vote on the amendment, which is just to eliminate this last sentence from 139(3)E. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. So someone was asking me, why are you letting all these people call people out by name and be so unpleasant to fellow community members? And the only thing I can say in response to that is the Southborough case. And just so that you know, the Southborough case is a case that was decided by the SJC, which is the highest court in Massachusetts, and they basically determined that civility cannot be required in public meetings. So I no longer, like I used to kind of try to police that a lot and tell people to cut it out, and now I can't. So I just think it very, very quietly and strongly and try to make it exude from me. But I wish people would refrain from doing it. I think we're in a small community and we all live together and see each other. Well, you don't see me because I don't go there, but at the Stop and Shop and other places. And yeah, you're hurting people's feelings and maybe in ways that you don't even understand. So just try to keep that in mind. Anyway, so the vote on Ms. Hayer's amendment on Article 68, yes, 151, no, 475. That is not adopted. Okay, so I have another amendment that I'm just going to get to really quickly. It's from Mr. Constable, and you'll see it here on the screen. It's highlighted in yellow. It's his concept of 1 day less than twice the total number of days. And that's it.
I
In
withdraw
the
that.
Is that your motion? What did you say?
Madam Moderator, I'd like to withdraw that.
Oh, you're going to withdraw it. Okay, so never mind. We won't be dealing with that. We'll just go directly then to Ms. Wright's main motion on Article 68, and I think that's what everyone is up at the mics for. Mr. McClure.
Just two comments, or one comment and then a motion.
Okay.
First comment is that addresses the town council's opinion. I have a contrary opinion for two reasons. Mass General Law, Chapter 64G, Section 14. A city or town by ordinance or by law may regulate the number of days a person may operate and rent out an accommodation in a calendar year. Second, the Massachusetts Attorney General has approved the town of West Tisbury's general bylaw regulating STRs that contains a 30-day occupancy requirement. So in terms of responding to the question of whether this is illegal, I don't believe it's illegal. However, I would like to make a motion to amend to strike the 30-day non-consecutive day requirement.
So you would strike the language at least 30 non-consecutive days per calendar year?
Yes.
So it will now read, a short-term rental use on a lot in a residential district that is occupied by the owner, provided, however, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Thank you. Motion is made and seconded. On Mr. McClure's amendment, are you people at the microphone? You're up kind of on the main motion, right? And anybody up there? Nope. Okay, so Mr. Bates?
Madam Moderator, just if you continue with that sentence, the rental use is allowed for a maximum of 1 day less than the total number of days. How do we regulate the total number of days? So if they stay there 1 day, they can only rent it 1 day? Cool. If they stay there 180, they can rent it for 180?
I believe that's true.
This seems counterintuitive to what was being discussed.
Okay. Mr. Welch?
Good evening. Madam Moderator, through you, this seems to indicate that you need to occupy short-term rental. Accessory short-term rental is only applicable to a residence that's occupied by the owner, period, correct?
Correct.
So that would be occupied by the owner 365 days a year, 9 months out of the year?
Well, I don't know. I guess if I was going to read the rest of the sentence, I would say it means that you can rent for 1 day less than the total number of days that you're occupying it, however many days that is. Is that your intention, Mr. McClure?
Yes, all I'm doing is eliminating the minimum occupancy requirement.
Okay.
Rental days, short-term rental days would still be governed by how many days you occupy. It doesn't say you don't have to occupy, you just don't have to occupy for a minimum of 30 days.
I see.
Madam Moderator, through you,
Yes.
if I may, it just seems to me that it makes it the occupied ambiguous. So that could be read that it needs to be occupied full-time. So you have to be living in your dwelling, on your lot, year-round, in order to rent, period. I'm just making the point that it's ambiguous at best. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the amendment, All right, so a yes vote will adopt this amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It requires a simple majority vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Open. Thank you. Any update? Voting is now closed. On Mr. McClure's amendment, yes, 151, no, 484. That amendment is not adopted. So now we're back on the main motion on Article 68. Ms. Ferrantella, I'm going to go to you while we have the baby sleeping.
Christy Ferrantella, I'd like to call the question.
Oh, geez. Okay. So, did not see that coming, but that requires a 2/3 vote. So if you don't want to talk about 68 anymore, a yes vote will adopt the motion to move the question. A no vote will defeat that motion. It is not debatable. It does require a 2/3 vote. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Mr. DaCosta? This is just the motion to move the question. We'll change it. You can change it now. Anytime that the green light is open, you can change your vote back and forth 1,000,000 times. What? Oh, the score. I'm waiting for halftime. We're almost there. Okay, 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go before the half. 53 Celts, 43 Knicks. Okay, voting is now closed. On Article 68, the motion to move the question, yes, 591, no, 57. That motion is adopted. Now we're voting on the main motion on Article 68. It's the motion made by Ms. Wright. It's the text of Article 68 as printed in the warrant. A yes vote will adopt that motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On the main motion on Article 68, yes, 181, no, 477. That motion is not adopted. Okay, Article 69. Now, I'm going to have to do a little explaining on Article 69. So, when Article 69 was written, Article 5 of the September 17, 2024 town meeting had been adopted by town meeting but had not yet been approved by the Attorney General. As a result, Article 69 was written without incorporating Article 5 into it. So now, because Article 5 of the September 17, 2024 town meeting has been approved by the Attorney General, we have to incorporate those changes into the motion on Article 69. What makes that sort of important is that you're not actually voting on those changes. Those changes already are part of the code. So we've attempted to do this little color coding thing. I don't know if it's going to be effective or not, but we tried. So the things that are in yellow are things that were adopted in September of 2024 under Article 5 that have now been approved by the Attorney General. There's new text that's highlighted in gray and other language that's stricken, and there's new language that's being stricken by the proponent that wasn't shown as stricken in the warrant, so that is now shown in green. I think it's clearer when we scroll down. So I'm not going to read this because it's super long, but you'll see as you come down in 123, don't go so fast, stop. Okay, see in section 2, 5, and 6, that language is new, and and that's printed in the warrant. This is how it's printed in the warrant. Now we can go down a little bit more. These yellow changes, the definition of corporation, the definition of Internal Revenue Code, those are changes that were adopted in September 2024 and are now part of our bylaw already. So we're not acting on these things in yellow. They're just here for informational purposes. Keep going. So, oh yeah, no, I don't see anything. Okay, keep going. So partnership, that yellow, real estate investment, those are all changes that were adopted in September at the special town meeting. There was a missing and, so we're putting that in. Keep going. The timeshare rental, time sharing or interval ownership is being stricken, and that's shown in the warrant. The change from the town to the Board of Health in subsection F, that's a change that's shown in the warrant. H is shown in the warrant, and I is shown in the warrant, but the sponsor is now striking out. It's an additional strikeout that which should the applications for certificates, etc. That's now being stricken out. And the short-term rental prohibition owned by a corporation, partnership, real estate investment trust, or any similar entity which pools funds from investors and is engaged primarily in investment activity. That's another Article 5 from the fall town meeting, special town meeting. The highlighted gray text is shown in the warrant. That's new language. And J being stricken, K being stricken is all in the warrant. M is, as you saw in the warrant. And I think that's it. So the motion is essentially what was printed in the warrant with the Article 5 changes incorporated into it, plus that one strikeout in green. And I believe that the proponent put out a handout so you could all have it in color, and so hopefully you have it. And is that your motion, Mr. Peel?
Yes, it is, Madam Moderator.
Okay, is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Now you have 5 minutes if you want, Mr. Peel, to tell us what it's all about.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Matthew Peel here. I'm going to follow Ms. Balzer and just tell a quick joke here. When we originally started this article, our slogan was going to be pause, plan, and protect. But then we were issued 69 for our article number, and we thought 69, pause, plan, and protect, didn't go together very well. So more of a slogan for Planned Parenthood than anything else. But anyway, so just to lighten the mood a little bit, yes, the language we proposed to delete in section I, which in October seemed helpful and appropriate, is a result of the progress demonstrated by the health department in getting the registration system up and running. It hasn't been easy, but it's certainly being made. And if a wait list is needed, those details can be worked out with the Board of Health. At September's special town meeting, I made a promise to come back to annual town meeting with a short-term rental proposal. Nantucket Neighborhoods First got together last fall and brainstormed. We concluded that zoning was unlikely to succeed, as we just saw. So we focused on a general bylaw and tried to think outside the box and came up with something different. I am here tonight to offer the voters Article 69, which, in essence, asks you to agree to a 3-year cooling off period, time to let our new rules and regulations become functional and prove out, time to see how effective enforcement of rules and regulations are, time to develop a good Nantucket-specific database of information about short-term rentals. At a peak annual registry of 1,350, currently the town has only approved 1,151 STR registrations for this year. Plenty of room to go. 70-day annual limit allows for full flexibility over when and for how long to rent. 2 dwellings per lot, 2 lots per owner, 70-day cumulative, limits to avoid intensive use. Level the playing field for all owners, eliminate carve-outs included in Article 60 of last year, timeshares and legacies, and close the vacation club loophole. Fairly simple and straightforward. Now to why. I think we can all agree that something has changed about this island. There's something different. And while some changes have been for the better, some we're not quite sure of yet. But one thing we can all agree on, and why we are all here tonight, is because we love this community. And in one way or another, we are here to preserve what makes this place special. I'm a father of 3, and every night I read the kids' bedtime stories. I don't get to read a lot of adult books these days. It's mostly children's books. And I was reading my kids a bedtime story the other night, and something stood out there. We were reading about fairies and pixie dust. And in the land of fairies, pixie dust is a source of magic and wonder, and is plentiful. But then the pixie dust starts to dwindle. Older fairies warn of a looming crisis as the magic begins to fade. The pixie dust is not replenishing naturally, and the significant cause of the depletion is the overuse of magic. That really stood out to me. And in every good children's book, you can find truth. And while STRs are not solely responsible, the over-commercialization of the island is dwindling our pixie dust. So why do I keep getting up here year after year? Because I understand the magic and wonder that is Nantucket. And I want to preserve that for my children. So I ask you today to vote yes on a reasonable and fair set of regulations. And can we put up the map that we submitted as well? And with that, I'd just like you guys to take a look at this. This is how many STRs are advertised island-wide. Mr. DaCosta, what he said is correct. They are the soul of the economy on Nantucket. We're not trying to take that way. We're trying to find an alternative to something different. There is no one size that fits all on this island. But when I see that, that worries me. I see a lot of red on there. But should we have the same regulations in Sconset or Pocomo as we do in town? Because look at town right now.
Thank you. Ms. Curnow?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee voted motion not to adopt on this. Couple quick reasons. The proponent, we give him actually full credit for his enthusiasm and his energy behind putting this article together. The 1,350 limit and then the 70-day limit, he then talks about studying so we have a good idea of what happens on the island. Well, when you have a subset of data, you don't know what happens on the island. You know what happens in the subset. So there's already a logic gap from that perspective. The other piece of that is, although he put up a number that says 2,066, every source I've looked at shows that there's possibly about 1,900 rentals, of which maybe 1,600 are actually active. So if you take away the 1,350, you end up with 20% of the hospitality vacation stock not available in the summer, and that would be a 20% hit to our economy. So those are some of the data points that we considered at the Finance Committee and made our recommendation motion not to adopt.
Thank you. Yes.
Boone Gross. I mean, I'll just call this what I feel it is. It's a culling. And there are people on this island, many people on this island, who rent their home to stay here. Because, let's be frank, the cost of staying here is exorbitant, and the only way people can pay it is by renting their homes. So, to say that for 36 months, only certain people have that ability, what else can we call it? It's a culling of our neighbors, our friends, people who have been here, families that have been here longer than some of us have been alive. And as for an alternative, well, I don't see one. We are a summer resort community. We rely on the people that come here, and we don't have enough hotel rooms to keep them. So I will be voting no on Article 69. And quite frankly, I'm appalled at this body that we should be so incredibly negligent with what has kept this island afloat and what brings in our revenue year after year. I am voting no on Article 69.
Thank you. Mr. DaCosta?
Yes, hi, Raymond DaCosta. I just want to say I'm speaking as a private citizen. I live on 4 Waydale Road. This is 5 years. 5 years. I know pretty much which way this is going to go here, but for the ones that are going the other way here, 5 years you've been trying to figure out STRs. We've been trying to figure out STRs as a community. It is the driver of the economy. It is the mass driver of this economy for 100 years. For me to buy a home right now, the average price is well over $2 million. But let's say it's $2 million. The mortgage is $12,000. You're taking a lever away from my generation to be able to augment and buy a home. Also, this started out for Mac now based on helping my generation buy a home because we don't have housing left. STRs will not change that. And now we've shifted to the trash and the excessive noise. There's trash from the local community. Washington Pond, it has a dump site on it. A land bank, Conservation Foundation, they're monitoring their properties with game trails because people are dumping stuff left and right. That's us. That is us. This just needs to go away. We're doing the same thing every year. It's over and over. We should have went with the people who spent the last 5 years. Dave Iverson's been working on this since the start. We went against them. I don't know what else to say, but this has got to end.
Thank you. Ms. Dye?
Thank you. Penny Dye. Again, I rise to speak against Article 69. In 2024, there were 1,555 properties that filed with the Department of Revenue the short-term rental tax. If we limit it to 1,350, is that fair? Can we do that now? Do we have to give people a year's notice, 2 years' notice? Who doesn't get to register? It's not fair. 36 months to gather more data. We have a lot of data already, and after this summer, we're going to have even more from the local registry. There was a hotline that was operational last summer. There was one complaint all summer about a short-term rental property. 28% of all rentals are in town. So when you look at that map, of course they're concentrated in town. That's where there are more dwelling units. Second most are in Sconset with 11%. The proponent of this article used the language reasonable and fair. That is an extremely subjective statement. I urge you to vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a few of those. We're not trying to create a loophole here. We're not telling you what you can and can't do with your property. You know, this is, you have to register through the town already. That's it. Okay? You know, it isn't that difficult. You guys voted down opening the zoning. We voted down accessory use. What else is there? We don't know. We're not sure. There is no one size fits all for STRs. So we are proposing to study the problem, understand it, collect data, see what's out there, understand it. Should it be an island-wide zoning change? I don't think necessarily that it should be, but we need to understand the entirety of the problem and see where we're at. And this offers something a little bit different. This offers to slow things down a little bit. That's all we're proposing. We're not telling you.
Thank you. Ms. Ray?
Well, this is totally confusing. I've got 5.5 pages here. This is not easy, and we have all these changes, and I'd like to ask through the moderator to our lawyer, is this legally written? I mean, it's nice to have a discussion about it, but sitting here and making amendments or doing anything, if it's not legal, well, then we need to go back, put it on the shelf, and come back. And as far as studying things, yes, the town likes to study. That's what I'm hearing now. This gentleman, moderator, he wants to study more. But I think there's a lot of studies. This is something that's been going on here for 40 years, and now all of a sudden we're trying to regulate it. You know, but through the moderator, I'd like to ask that.
Okay. Mr. Giorgio?
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker, yes, this is legal.
It is legal.
And I will say that during my office hours last October, Mr. Peel and Ms. Benz came to see me, and they had an idea, and we worked together. I steered them away from some things. They were insistent on other things. We worked it out, and I am satisfied that this article is legal. What it doesn't do is solve your zoning problem. I hope that's obvious to everyone.
Well, in its condition, I hope everybody will vote against it. I think there were several other articles that were much easier to understand and much shorter. This is just so long, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McKee?
Yes, hi, Chris McGee. I felt the same way about this in that it's like 4 or 5 pages long. It's like War and Peace. As a renter, I don't really understand whether or not there are a lot of limitations in here that are going to potentially hurt me, but the things that he brought up about having only a certain number of registrations out there and then having 70 days worth of short-term rentals, but if you have 2 units, then it's only 35 days per unit, which means you can only rent them for a month. I'm sure there are a lot of other things in there that are like this, but what bothered me the most is I have a background in technology. I ran a technology company for a while. And I know that to collect and analyze all the comprehensive data that's listed in here, which I'm sure wondering how you're going to collect all that data and how big the group is going to be that's going to have to analyze this and what they're going to come back with. Because are you going to ask every homeowner that's renting their house who rented it, how long did they rent it, where did they rent it, how much did they get for it? I think this is a little bit beyond the pale. I would recommend we vote no on this.
Thank you. Ms. Oliver?
Hi, I'm so sick of this argument. I don't know what, but we've all had rentals in
I
our
think you
whole-
need to get closer to the mic.
We've all had rentals throughout our lives in houses here. That's what we are. We're tourists. You know what we need to regulate? Bad behavior. We need to get a new department that goes out and whacks people or puts them in the stocks on Main Street, because that's all this really comes down to, bad behavior.
Thank you. Ms. Beard?
Thank you. I don't know how to follow that. Speaking for the Advisory Committee of Non-Voting Taxpayers again, these comments are not mine. They are the result of the vote at our duly public meeting last May 1st. We believe that Article 69 is unnecessary. Chapter 123, which it would amend, contains all of the current regulations for STRs, the most recent of which were passed only last fall. All the studying and analyzing proposed by Article 69 can be done without passing Article 69, if that is desired, as the Board of Health regulations, which are Chapter 338, already contain most of them. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Chapter 338 is already able to be amended by the Board of Health whenever they choose to. They can add things as far as what's to be collected in the registry, and simply by approval by the Select Board. It does not have to come to town meeting. Moreover, putting a hard cap on the number of STRs, as 69 would, and limiting STRs to 70 days a year prejudges an analysis that is proposed in the article to figure out how much short-term renting is the right amount for Nantucket. Consequently, it doesn't make any sense to us. The proponent of 69 claims the proposed hard cap is already higher than the number of current STRs on the island, making the cap unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mondani?
Yes, I'm going to continue with my economic impact argument. I'm going to continue with my economic impact argument, and I'm going to read something from Brian Borgeson, who's a charter captain. He couldn't make it. This isn't, to me, it isn't anecdotal. It's more probably what most of us feel that work and live here. In the week of July 4th in 2023, he did 31 charters, 33,000 in gross sales, 26,000 to STR renters. He got this data himself. Don't use these numbers to buy his business or anything. 6,200 were from people who own houses here and are seasonal, of which 2 of the seasonal people were renters until they bought seasonal houses here. One actually rents their house when they're not here. That's 81% of my business. So by cutting this by any amount, we don't have a full year to make up. Cutting 20% of our business will pull the rug out from under us. It'll kill the golden goose. And I know people don't really care about the golden goose, especially if you've got yours and you've made money off island, and now you want to come here and don't let other people make money. But that's not what generations before us did. They allowed these people to start cement mix companies, foundation companies, boat marinas, all these things. And now people are saying, nah, I got mine. And if you're retired, good for you. But this is the system that we came to. This is the business that I started. You can't just pull the rug out. We might talk about the Commerce Clause, but it's an equal protection as well. I have a right to earn a living, and the way this system is based, I can't afford 20% drop or whatever. 1 week STR makes a lot of money for us.
Thank you. Okay, up over here, is that?
Ms. Young?
Hi, Madam Moderator. Laura Davison, and I was wondering if we could vote to vote.
You're moving the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so that requires a 2/3 vote. A yes vote will cause us to go directly to a vote on the motion on Article 69. A no vote will defeat the motion to move the question, and we'll go back to debating Article 69. So on the motion to move the question requires a 2/3 vote. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Mark? Voting open? Voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. On the motion to move the question. Voting is now closed.
I'll get you a plenary image.
On that motion to move the question on Article 69, yes, 490, no, 31. That motion is adopted. So now we're going to go right to a vote on Article 69 as moved by Mr. Peel with the Article 5 changes from the September 24 town meeting incorporated and 1 additional change from what is printed in the warrant. A yes vote will adopt that motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. It requires a simple majority. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. How are our people doing? 72. 72, 62, 52 Celtics. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. So everybody's going. I just want to remind you that something could happen. There could be a motion to reconsider, probably not, but you never know. All right, so yes on this motion on 69, yes 82, no 490. That is not adopted. So we have 10 articles left to do, so let's go. Article 71 is on, as you're leaving, if you could kind of be quiet so the rest of us can continue to try to get this done, I would appreciate it. Article 71 starts on page 99, continues to page 100, 101. The Finance Committee motion is on 101, continues to 102, ends on 103, and I'll ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading of that motion and recognize Ms. Carnow for the purpose of making the motion. That's all right.
I was
It's
just
distracting
enthralled
to
by
have-
the people that are leaving. Motion, so move, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. I have an amendment from Chris Young. Do you want me to go right to Mr. Young's amendment? Why not? Mr. Young, oh, there you are. Okay. Is it different? Oh, ouch. Okay, so here's something. I have had a report that there may be some proxy voting happening, which means people are leaving, but leaving their handsets with a friend or neighbor. NG, that does not fly. So if someone's left you with a handset, please turn it in. Because if we find that people are proxy voting, then we're going to lose the opportunity to have electronic voting. And I don't want to go back to the days of the hand count, and I doubt that any of you do either. But it's really important. One vote, one person. No proxy voting. Okay, Mr. Young's amendment is to section 12720H. And he is changing everything in green is what he's doing. Which, sure, yes, that's fine. So okay, so he's removing what's in yellow and he's putting in what's in green. Is that your motion, Mr. Young? Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. Mr. Young.
So good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Young. I've been a member of the HDC's Sign Advisory Committee since 1993. Good evening, everybody. My name is Chris Young. I've been a member of the HDC's Sign Advisory Committee since 1993. And I like to think that our work has been successful because it largely goes unnoticed. Article 71 looks to add an exception to the town's bylaws, which, and I quote, are intended to preserve the historic character of our road system, and they prohibit LED or other lighted signs. This article moves to allow traffic control devices using LED or other lights in a speed feedback sign or in a portable changeable message sign that displays messages to inform drivers of changing road conditions. I met with the town's traffic planner and the HDC board so that I could address this with as much input as possible. This started with the pilot program on Milestone Road in Sconset, a state road, so it was exempt from our bylaws. You're probably familiar with the speed feedback sign that has been located there. According to the traffic planner, a number of neighborhoods expressed interest in having these installed on their streets as well. Without any limit to the number that we're allowing, these could become the new norm for our speed limit signs. The HDC agreed with me on the concerns about quantity as well as size and placement and suggested adding a sunset date or making this a pilot program of sorts. However, I understand that in some locations, speed control is a critical matter of public safety, thinking about the schools, for example. Finding a balance between historic preservation and keeping public safety in mind, I feel a limited number of signs would make the right middle ground, and you could consider that a pilot program if you like. As for the LED message board signs, these refer to the roads closed for construction signs that we're getting very used to seeing. Technically, they're not allowed per our existing bylaws, and I don't think that we should formally adopt that type of signage as allowable. I was assured that they wouldn't be used for generic public messaging, but administrations change, And who knows when we could start seeing click it or ticket and don't text and drive messages when road construction isn't underway. I don't want to open Pandora's box on that issue. One technicality that was brought to my attention, and thanks for addressing it, is that these should be referred to as speed feedback plaques and not signs, simply by definition using the Massachusetts Highway Manual. In closing, I think it would be best to vote no on Article 71 altogether, but understanding there's a chance it could be approved, I'd like to add a few guardrails to it, because I believe that the original intent of the bylaws to preserve the historical character of our streets is worth fighting for.
Thank you. On the amendment, Ms. Gibson? Oh, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, I get a fitted microphone. First class operation, huh? Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Mike Burns, the Transportation Program Manager, and I should probably say that I'm also a voting member of Precinct 13 of the town of Barnstable, not of Nantucket. I say that to say that I can't call the question. I also don't want anyone saying that this is a great idea from an off-islander. This was actually requested by the community. This article follows the piloting of a speed feedback sign in early 2024 on Milestone Road at New Street in the village of Sconset. The sign was requested by the Sconset Civic Association in the summer of 2023. The association had requested 2 of these signs, one for the Milestone Road location and the other along Sankaty Road for the other entrance into the Sconset. There's been other requests from the public for these types of signs for Prospect Street near the old mill. However, as was explained, the local bylaw does prohibit the installation of these and other local on local roadways that are not currently, they're not possible except for Milestone Road, which is a state-owned roadway. For the piloting and with the appreciation of this local sensitivity on impacting historic integrity, the sign selected is the smallest offered. It's 13.5 inches tall by 15.5 inches wide. It's called a Shield 12. If you want to look that up, the design specs on that. Please don't belabor the meeting tonight by asking technical questions about that sign. There was also a comparison of that sign with the speed limit signs that were used locally. The local speed limit sign is 24 inches tall by 18 inches wide, so these speed feedback signs are much smaller than that. The price of the sign is $8,000. It comes with a solar power supply and 3 years of access to a cloud-based data dashboard that provides remote monitoring of these, generates report. That really ends?
You can take a little moment to finish up, but not too many more moments.
Sure. Just regarding the number, staff has discussed recommending at least 3 other locations for these signs. The Sankaty Road location that was requested by the community, Tom Nevers Road, which is a high-speed location between Parsons and Lyons. That was also a speed concern by this community, the Prospect Street location. But staff would also recommend a few other locations, Nantucket Road and Cliff Road at the transition from country into the thickly settled 25-mile-an-hour zone. Also along Hummock Pond Road near Somerset Road, which is surprisingly a high crash location. And I'm sure police have other suggestions as well. The other locations on public roads could be requested by neighborhoods using the town's traffic calming application process, which is currently how speed humps are requested. This process would require staff review and then, if recommended, ultimately approved by the select board. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And so I'm going to take one other thing just to point out a statistic. The message board sign, there was really not a desire to have messages like buckle your seatbelt or don't text and drive. Not to trivialize that, I don't think anybody's proposing that we have a message board like that, but 1 out of 5 crashes on this community happen because of a cell phone. We could reduce crash rates by 20% just by not texting and driving. So if that's one point that comes out of this, I appreciate just sharing that with you all. Maybe honk your horn to see somebody texting and driving, but that needs to end. And that's a national problem, not just a Nantucket problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Chief.
Good evening, Jody Casper, Chief of Police. I just wanted to speak in support of this. These speed feedback signs are data-driven. There's evidence out there saying, yes, these slow drivers down. And I get a lot of calls from maybe some people in this room and people in the community who are asking us, please slow drivers down. We have a lot of accidents on these corners. It's just a very small number of us, and we can't be everywhere at once. So when we put these very small signs up in partnership with planning, you know, they slow cars down. That is what the data says about them. So I'm a fan of them. I've used them before. They're small, I think fairly dainty. They have to be under another speed limit sign that they show what the actual speed is. And they're really best used in transition areas, as Mr. Burns pointed out, that when you're going from a 45 to a 25, especially if you have a lot of visitors from out of town that may not know the roads very well, it's a good wake-up call to see that showing your actual speed. And then as far as the portable signs, this is something that are already used in our community, and I think many of you that have driven on our roads and have seen detour alerts or caution or flooding or whatever else it may be, that's how we've been using these signs, and I think they're a very helpful way to alert drivers to a hazard in the road ahead prior to getting there so that you can make a turn and not be stuck in more traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Welch?
Good evening, Madam Moderator. Stephen Welch, Chair of the HDC, speaking on behalf of the HDC. I'm speaking in support of the amendment, or if the amendment fails, to send this to a work group consisting of the Sign Advisory Council Chairman and the town's transportation program manager to come back with a consensus at another meeting. Principally, four concerns. I hope if I bleed over in a second, I won't be speaking on the primary article. I hope that's okay. So no, the HCC is not against these small traffic signs, the speed signs. The amendment addresses making sure that that's what's installed. Otherwise, as stated within the article, if it passes, the devices are, any and all devices are exempt from any requirement to help preserve the historic character of our streets and rural roadways. In addition, there's no provision for such devices to be temporary. Portable, yes, but not temporary. There's no Nantucket factor built in with respect to the maximum size. The amendment accomplishes that. Neither size, location, or duration of installation are matters of HDC purview. And what I mean to say by that is if this is approved as originally submitted, what you get is what is determined to be the most advantageous for traffic safety at the time, as opposed to perhaps size or other considerations that could still be successful. And lastly, I think the HCC would support cell phone jammers to clean up the streets and prevent accidents. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Ms. Goss?
Vicki Goss. Just the total number of LED plaques allowed on the island or on a street?
On the island.
Can
On
that
the
be
island.
specified?
It's on the
Because-
island.
Okay,
But-
is that very clear, or?
I mean, we could put on the island if you'd like. I can't imagine they'd have 4 on a street. That would
I
be
can.
kind of alarming.
Oh, well, on Milestone Road, I can imagine them doing that, but that's,
Mr. Young, would you accept on the island as a friendly amendment? Okay.
Thank
So
you.
we can add that, the total number of LED plaques allowed on the island at any given time. Okay, on the amendment, up in the back.
Mary Longacre, speaking in favor of the amendment. I understand the safety value, and I certainly hope that people would learn to slow down when they need to. But I do not want to see these all over the island, and I think this is a reasonable limit. So thank you to Mr. Young for the additional language.
Thank you. Okay, this
Oh, I'm
amendment.
sorry, I really don't want to see one next to the old mill. Thank you.
Thank you. This amendment requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the, are you on the amendment, Ms. Sutton?
Yes, I just had a quick question, Madam Moderator. So I think when I originally looked at this article, I was under the impression that these were temporary installations, not permanent installations. And it's sounding a little permanent. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Or with this amendment, does it have parameters around the temporariness of it?
There's nothing in here about temporary, but there are only 4, so they'd have to move them around, or they'd always be in the same place.
Okay, unless they bump more. Okay, thank you.
No, because they can only have 4, no matter how many they buy. Limited to 4. Okay, so this requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On the amendment, yes 287, no 74, that amendment is adopted. Okay, now we're on the main motion. So now the motion will be the Finance Committee's motion as printed in the warrant as now amended by Mr. Young. Is there any discussion? Okay, it does require a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the motion as amended by Mr. Young. A no vote will defeat that motion. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Voting is now closed. So on the main motion as amended by Mr. Young on Article 71, yes 260, no 93, that motion is adopted. Okay. Article 77. And now that we're past that speed thing, I can tell you, come in at Wisconsin, when you see the thing flashing 25, it really does make you slow down. Article 77 starts on 115, continues to 116. There was a technical amendment to the Finance Committee's motion, which was to support the March 5, not March 6, 2025 vote of the Select Board acting as the Board of Sewer Commissioners, not to include the parcel referenced in the article to the Town Sewer District. Pastor Blas has made a positive motion, which is moved that, it's essentially what's in the warrant, moved that Chapter 41, Board of Sewer Commissioners, Section 3A, Town Sewer District of the Code of the Town of Nantucket, be amended by adding the following parcel to the Town Sewer District. Map 79, Parcel 55, 42, Monahans. All is shown on a map entitled 2025 Annual Town Meeting Warrant Article 77, dated November 2024, and filed with there's an extra "at" in there, but filed with the Office of the Town Clerk. Is that your motion?
That is, Madam Moderator.
Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Please go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jillian Blois. I'm here representing Servants Heart International Ministries and Pastor Blois. As our name suggests, we are Servants at Heart. We are a nonprofit organization, and we seek to serve our community in whatever capacity we can. We have been in union with the UU. For example, in COVID, we were handing out food to the community, to those who were not able to provide food for themselves. Hopefully in the future, our aim is to have a evening program or an after-school program for the kids, or also to have additional GED programs provided on island. I've seen those who would like to have pursue their GEDs have not been able to do so just because of scheduling, because life happens. So that's just a part of our aim. With that being said, we are looking to break ground to build very soon. We have had the blessings, I take the liberty to say the blessings of HDC. We have had the necessary permits put in place. However, we are on a septic system, and my hope here this evening is that you would vote yes on Article 77 to have us joined to the sewer district. There have been times our septic system have failed a couple of times, and we are located next to the Zone 2 well protection district. And one of my concerns, there are several, but one of my concerns obviously is having contaminated groundwater system. I have been the recipient of probably a year and a half ago being affected by the contamination that had occurred in our area as a result of the commercial system that's located near to us. And I know what it's like being panicky because your family is affected by contaminated water. So that's one of my concerns. I believe that it would serve us very well, and the community at large also, just to be joined to the sewer district. We are right next to the zoning of the sewer district, and I believe that it would be beneficial for us to be connected. So my hope is for you to vote yes on Article 77. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
Madam Moderator, through you, good evening. David Gray, Sewer Director. Article 77 is seeking to get into the sewer district. This property is not located in a current listed needs area. As far as capacity constraints, we have a sewer infrastructure as well as a wastewater treatment facility capacity. None of the flows from this area were calculated into the capacity of the treatment facility. They do have a very large lot, and they could, in fact, build a septic system that could handle their demand. They did not score a proper criteria number to get into the sewer district.
Thank you. Yes.
A long night, madam.
Yes.
Long night. My name is Lawrence Bogan, 15 Warren Street. I am a deacon at Servant's Heart International Ministries. And when we had this petition to come before the board, we had more than enough signatures from registered voters that said this was a very good idea. And not only us, ourselves, but many others will benefit from this. I am not into the, I can't even find the words, I'm so tired. I'm not an environmentalist, but common sense tells me that anytime you can stop sewage water from being drained into the earth and can go into a sewer system is a very good idea. We have a building that was approved by the HDC, excuse me. Told you I was tired. And it's going to be a soundproof building. As we know, the airport area is a very loud place. So our building is going to be soundproof from the outside and the inside, so noise can't get out of it. I would appreciate and I would hope and pray that you would say yes to 77. And God bless you all.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Madam. Good evening, everyone. Sarita Toy, otherwise known as Tika 8 Windy Way. I'm here because I know Mr. Gray just said that we have more than enough land to do a septic system, but a septic system for what we're planning to do will cost a tremendous amount of money. And we are a small congregation, so we have to take that in effect. Our numbers wouldn't overload the system because we are not that great of a congregation as of yet. And I really believe that what we plan on doing on that property we are serving the community now, and what we're planning on doing there will greatly benefit this community. And so I'm asking that you guys will vote in our favor tonight and allow us to come to some agreement where we can connect to the town sewer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Oliver, do you want to speak, or are you just letting people in? I couldn't tell.
I'm here for moral support because we had a beautiful building approved. It's going to be great.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Carolyn Durand. I'm just going to speak on behalf of the congregation because they're neighbors.
You have to speak into the microphone,
Sorry.
Ms. Durand.
The congregation is neighbors to our business, and our employees are members of their congregation, and we've actually attended their ceremonies. They have a great community, and I think it's very responsible of what they're trying to do, not just for the needs of the environment and the property that they are developing, but that the generations that they have in the future, because they're a great congregation that's going to grow. So good luck to you guys.
Thank you. Okay, up over here.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Moderator. Please ignore the New York sweatshirt. Wrong end. I'm very sorry.
Really bad timing.
But I am a fellow Nantucketer. Shannon Reed, 9B Benjamin Drive. I'm here humbly petitioning for you to vote yes on Article 77. I have been a member of Servants Heart International Ministries for years. I'm also an evangelist there, and I strongly believe in where this ministry is going. We have been humble enough using porta potties for visitors, people that are there, and now, as Mrs. Blois mentioned, we are getting ready to build, and we are getting ready to give back to the community more than we ever did before. We're looking forward to not just build a sanctuary, but also a daycare, the community center, so we're doing whatever we can to give back to the community, and we would be grateful enough if you guys would give us a yes on this approval. Even as Mrs. Blois mentioned, we are very concerned that as we expand, that even the sewer, or as they mentioned, the septic, I've been there where I've seen it failed at least 2 times. And for us, that's concerning. We're planning to have kids around. We're concerned even with our community and what can happen if this septic fails and contributes to even the well. So again, I'm just asking you guys kindly to vote yes on Article 77. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. So we're going to go to a vote on Article 77. It does require a 2/3 vote because the Select Board, acting as the sewer commissioners, voted on March 5th, 2025, not to add the parcel. So this requires a 2/3 vote. The motion is as shown on the screen. A yes vote will adopt the motion, a no vote will defeat the motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. And voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Okay, on the motion on Article 77, yes, 236, no, 97, 2/3 is 301. That motion is not adopted. Okay. What? Oh, is my math wrong?
Yeah.
Hold on. I think I did the math wrong, so let's just, yeah, that doesn't make any sense what I said. I'm sorry. See, it is late, isn't it? And math was never my thing. Okay. Uh-oh, they got it. Okay. So we needed something to feel good about. So yes, 236. No.
I know it is a little unorthodox, Madam Moderator, but please allow me to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So yes, 236, no 97, 2/3 was 222. So they got it. Okay, sorry about that. Math was never my thing, as proven once again. Okay, Article 80. Article 80 on page 117 and 118. We had the technical, again, to change the March 6th date in 2 locations to March 5th. The Finance Committee motion was to support the Select Board decision not to include the parcel in the Town Sewer District. Mr. Williams, the article proponent, is proposing a positive motion, which is on the screen, and is essentially as printed in the warrant.
I'd just like to call the question and move to a vote.
You just want to go right to a vote?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well, let's get the motion up first. Is that your motion?
Yeah, remember, we built a lot of that sewer out there, my family. We just want our capacity back.
Okay, so.
Point of order, Madam Chair, is that allowable without, by the person who
No, he
called
can't.
the article?
He can't call the article. If you want to talk to it, I can let you talk to it. But let me get the thing on the floor properly first. Was that your motion, Mr. Williams? Yes. And is there a second? Okay, motion made and seconded. Now, he cannot just go right to a vote. If there are people who want to speak on it, people can speak on it. So, Mr. Gasparo.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would just bring to attention to this body that the sewer director, as well as the Board of Sewer Commissioners, did not vote to support this. This is a property that could easily accommodate septic systems. There's no environmental reason to use the limited capacity at the wastewater treatment plant. There's plenty of distance to groundwater. There's no wetlands. Groundwater flows to the south away from our town wells, and it essentially would just be to simply promote development and additional capacity for the property owner with no real environmental benefit. And I just would say again that we do have limited capacity at the treatment plant that is used up when you expand the district. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Yeah, it was basically for the affordable housing, which Mr. Gasparo's against. So we'll just have to move on,
Okay, thank you.
unfortunately.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, Madam Moderator. I ask that you vote in favor of this. One of the things to make more affordable housing that we've all been trying to do all this weekend is make it affordable and make it economically done, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things, the reason why Cliff's first article didn't pass is because they said there was no sewer. Here's a perfect example. You want affordable housing? Let's start the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graham Kilbert, Skyline Drive. We've seen this again and again and again. When a developer wants to increase density, change the zoning, or bring in sewer, he plays the affordable housing card. There's been no plans for this project relative to affordable housing. We've never heard anything from Mr. Wills until now. This again, it's not a need like the property we just voted on. This is a want to allow him to do more beds, more houses. I hope you deny this request.
Thank you. Mr. Gray?
David Gray, again, sewer director for the town. Again, this property is not in any listed needs area. Again, it calls into question capacity at the wastewater treatment facility, as well as any of the piping and pump stations along the way. It did not receive a favorable amount. It only met a criteria of 3 out of 9. So we did a lot of review on a lot of these, and this was one of the ones that just did not score the positive 9 that was required for a positive recommendation. And just another note too, that any sewer or whatever, if it is a pass, as in the last article, is at the owner's expense. The town will not be installing any of the sewers. This will all be at the owner's expense.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
Brian Sullivan, Affordable Housing Trust. Campbell, I'm also a real estate broker. Just make sure I disclose that. I'm also a board member of non-for-profits and a volunteer of my time in the community and a coach of sports and a person who makes donations and things, so I'm not the boogeyman. I want to support Cliff on this. I don't know that he's ready at this meeting for it with his comments about affordable housing. I'd like to see him work on his plan and make a presentation to the board and see us get a little further along. But if this is his intention and he wants to put a full proposal together for the Affordable Housing Trust, and then it can get put in front of you all at a future town meeting, I want to support his intent on this. And I'd like to thank Toby for encouraging me to come up and say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kickham.
Yeah, Christy Kickham, through you, Madam Moderator, to David Gray. David, when someone's proposing sewer to a property and you say it's not in the needs area, what takes precedent? Is it the needs area or is it the vote at town meeting? And then my other question is, it would help to know if the abutting properties have existing sewer, because then it would better inform us in voting, so we're not running to a lone property for, I don't know if there's sewer in this area, so are we running sewer from far away, or is it right next door? So whenever we do these type of articles, I'd love to know if there's sewer on the abutting properties.
Mr. Gray?
The facility, the way it was designed, was based off the needs area capacities. And there's a map that shows all the needs areas of the island. This is outside of those needs areas. The closest sewer to this parcel and to all the other parcels in the area, more off towards the north and the west, would be over off of, through the Richmond development. So the Richmond sewers would have to take the flows from this, which would ultimately go to a town pump station, but there are no sewers immediately adjacent to this property except through the private development of Richmond.
Thank you. Okay. This requires a 2/3 vote.
Just one more.
Oh, go ahead.
There is nobody on Skyline or Woodland yet that's connected to sewer, so there's nobody in this general area at all, but except behind them on Richmond.
Thank you. Ms. Sutton?
Just a quick question. So with this proposed extension, how many other properties would then would be forced to connect? You know, because if the sewer goes by your property, then you have to connect. And I think that was one of the problems with the one that comes closest to Woodland there. So I'm just, because we'd be making the decision for lots of people the way it looks on the map. So, thank you.
Mr. Gray?
It would all depend on whatever way the developer decided to run the sewer line. All designs would have to be approved by the town, but if it goes skyline, east or west, it could be a lot of lots, or if it was to go behind, it all has to go through easements and everything else. So it's kind of hard to give you a number right now on how many other lots would be impacted.
Thank you. Okay, so this motion requires a 2/3 vote. A yes vote will adopt Mr. Williams' motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. This Celtics game is a nail biter. 98-97 Celtics with 2 minutes to go.
They blew a 20-point lead.
They blew a 20-point lead. Okay, voting is now closed. On the motion, yes 78, no 245. That motion is not adopted. Okay. Article 84 is on page 120 to 121 to 122 of the warrant. It received a move not to adopt the article recommendation from the Finance Committee. Ms. Sutton, who was the article sponsor, called the article and has provided a positive motion. The text of the motion is as printed in the warrant with one section deleted, which is the section in green, subsection E, with the subsections then thereafter being relettered. Is that your motion, Ms.?
Yes, it is, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Sutton.
Okay, I'm just going to state right here, right now, it's late, I'm tired, and so this may not make a lot of sense, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. Okay, so I started this article in the fall. After last spring's annual town meeting, I believe the town put out a survey, and I was watching a select board meeting when they were going through the numbers on the results. Now, I'll let you know there are only, I believe, 114 respondents, but that's the data that we had to work with. So in that data, 33% or 32.79% felt that the meetings were too long. I think probably 100% of us could agree with that tonight. There were 15.57% or 15% that felt that the meetings were too confusing, and I actually believe we've had that happen both on Saturday and tonight with people voting maybe not quite what they had anticipated. So I think together that brings us up to about 67% of the respondents felt that the meetings are too long and too confusing. And I think that because warrants the size of the ones that we get, 104 articles this time, they are confusing because of the language, but they're also just too big. They're very daunting, so people don't, and we really don't get the final one until 2 weeks before town meeting. Some of us, are a little more studious about the whole thing and start in January, but anyway, that's beside the point. And also, I had gone to the town government study, town council study group when it was first meeting, and Mr. Giorgio had mentioned the splitting it up versus going to a town council. We could do 2 town meetings instead of just the one. That is also allowable in the state of Massachusetts. And there are several towns that do this. So basically, as it's written in the article, you have one in the spring like this, which is mainly for appropriations, but can be some other things as well. And then you have one in the fall that deals mostly with your bylaws, property sales, or I forget the language, sorry. It's in front of you. And that's an attempt to try and, 1, reduce the length of meeting times, and 2, allow people to consume the information more cordially, if you will. The section that I am striking out seemed to muddy the waters a little bit in that it was sort of saying all the citizens' petitions need to come in November and then be divvied out to 1 or 2 of the meetings. That seems to be cumbersome. I also think, oops, I'm going to run out of time here, but I also think that if town staff could take this in a more calm fashion, instead of having to get ready for everything all in one day, I think that would be very helpful in terms of stress and the quality of product that we get. Yeah, I think that's all I had. So thank you for your time tonight and for everyone who has stuck through with this. I know that I was denied because for the town side, it's not efficient enough and doesn't necessarily save money, but hey, we're having a special town meeting anyway, so we already have the 2.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee unanimously voted motion not to adopt on this. It adds a lot of actual complexity to have the town meeting split and then have them be separated by 6 months. It also, the warrant is organized in the way that Ms. Sutton has suggested. Yes, there are a lot of pages, but the warrant gets discussed starting in December, and I believe that, many of the engaged voters do actually spend a lot of time learning about that. And so we felt, and in addition, until the Town Council Study Committee kind of landed on a potential way forward, we felt that this article was potentially premature. And then I would ask through you to the town manager, Libby Gibson, who is better versed on the amount of extra effort this would take to split the annual town meeting into 2 distinct meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. Libby Gibson, Town Manager. There is a lot of time that goes into town meeting, not just by staff, but by many, many volunteers. We start the annual town meeting, as you can read in the voter's guide, in September, and here we are in May now. So it really takes months, and we already pretty much have been having special town meetings in the fall. So I don't quite understand the reason to legislate that. We often are doing it anyway, so it's doesn't really seem necessary.
Thank you. Yes, up in the back.
John Phones, Somerset Road.
It would be a lot better for the citizens if there was half the amount of articles to do, and probably less work for you guys to do it. That's my opinion. It would fix town meeting if you were thinking that there was something wrong with it. You could have 4 a year. It would be even better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this requires a majority vote. A yes vote will, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Madam Moderator, Clay Evans, I have an amendment. I have an amendment to the second paragraph. Instead of March, April, or May, to change that to March or April.
So we wouldn't have the meeting in May anymore?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sutton, do you want to accept that as a friendly amendment, or do you want me to take a vote on the amendment?
Well, I think typically throughout all the charters that I read that have the two, they give those months, and it's really based on the town. I think timing conflicts, I've brought it up a number of times. People don't really seem to look at it seriously, but May is not a good month for the majority of workers on the island. But I can't say April is really all that much better. So I would leave it up to the discretion of the voters as to whether they want to cancel May. I included it as...
Okay, so Mr. Evans has made a motion to eliminate May. Is there a second for that? So, okay, so just on the amendment. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Moore.
I'm being advised by the gentleman to my right that the select board sets the date for any town meetings, so changing that wouldn't really make any difference in terms of the authority to set town meeting. But I think more importantly, the month of April is school vacation, often religious holidays. And so the reason we're in May is because we find it very difficult to find a date in April. So just wanted town meeting to be aware of that. I would love for it to be in April. I've been pressing for that for several years. But the calendar and other town commitments make that very difficult. So I will just add that to the mix.
Thank you. On the amendment? The gentleman, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I would agree with that comment that April would be far better, which is why I made the amendment. Myself, I work in retail. I know others that work in retail, and right now, May through June is what they call a blackout period, which means that at retail stores like the one I work at, all hands are required on deck. It's very hard to get time off to participate and be civically active. Myself, I had to go back and forth with my store manager, and I was afraid that she was going to fire me. And this is about fairness and ensuring that the entire community can get involved and be civically engaged.
Thank you. Okay, on the amendment, Mr. Peel?
Thank you. I agree with the amendment because May drives me crazy too. I mean, there's on a Saturday we had baseball. There's tons of spring sports, but I understand how it's hard. But it sounds like it's kind of a moot point anyway, from what I'm understanding. So I support this amendment. But if it's, can we get an opinion from town council? Because I know I'd really like to get it out of May, as I'm sure a lot of people would. I would love to see it in March, to be quite honest. I mean, nobody's caught that first bass yet, and the water's warm, and I want to be out fishing, not getting crushed by short-term rental stuff here on, in May. So, okay. But if we get that, John.
Yes, Mr. Giorgio?
Yes, Madam Moderator, pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 9, it includes a sentence that says, notwithstanding any charter or bylaw to the contrary, the selectmen may and it does say selectmen, they haven't changed that. The selectmen may postpone the annual town meeting as long as it concludes prior to June 30th.
Thank you. Yes, up in the back.
Yes, just one thing. If you go paragraph B is a typo. May, right, not Matt.
Thank you. On the amendment, anything else? All right, so this requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. My watch tells me I've almost met my stand goal. Very exciting. I have quite the goal. It's not for the amendment. On the amendment, yes 86, no 191. That is not adopted. Okay. So then on the motion, yes, up in the back, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Harvey Young.
That's what I thought.
I think just the fact that we're having this conversation, we might want to consider going to 12 meetings a year, monthly, and calling it the town council. And I think that's something we might want to consider. You can go fishing. You might not miss a meeting. You might only go to one meeting if you have something you're really concerned about. If there are hundreds of you that have one issue you're concerned about, you could all go to that council meeting with your pitchforks and leave when it was over. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So on the motion made by, hold on, made by Ms. Sutton, it is going to take a 2/3 vote because it's a charter amendment. I just wanted to make that point before I forgot. Mr. Allerhand.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's late, and we're talking about basic plumbing of how this town works. I wouldn't do this now about the charter. It's too basic. I think we should study this and come back when we're a little bit less tired, because the Finance Committee's voted against it. I would like a little more time to think about it. It's too basic to start changing town charter right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so on Ms. Sutton's motion, a yes vote will adopt the motion, a no vote will defeat the motion. Does require a 2/3 vote. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is now open. Is that it? Voting is now closed. Aha. Okay. Yes, 52, no, 236. That motion is not adopted. Okay, Article 85. Article 85 is on page 122. Received a positive recommendation from the Finance Committee. Motion is as printed in the warrant. I'd ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading of that motion, and I'll recognize Ms. Cronow for the purpose of making that motion.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Did you want to speak to this, or do you want me to go right to the person who called it? Yes, Mr. Graziadei, I assume you're a voter? Come right down.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jason Graziadei. I am the sponsor of Article 85. I'm the editor of Nantucket Current, former reporter at the Inky in another lifetime. I'll be quick. I know it's late, and I think this is pretty simple. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to consider. Thank the Finance Committee for a unanimously supporting this article. It's simple. Currently, the town code requires the town to meet its obligation to provide notices of public hearings only in a newspaper having general circulation within the town of Nantucket. So that's in the code right now. Article 85 simply gives the town the option to meet that obligation by providing such notices in a newspaper or in electronic media. I sponsor this article because I believe so many important notices are being missed by a huge segment of the island population. I love newspapers. I worked at one for nearly a decade, but I also know that many people now get their news and information online, on their phones, on their tablets, on their laptops. They may not be picking up a newspaper at all. So we hear people lament every year about the lack of participation, about the lack of engagement with the younger generations in town government. And yet we continue to allow the town to meet its obligation to publicize these hearings and meetings in the same old way. I think it's time to give the town the option to try something different if it chooses to do so. I want to emphasize that this article doesn't necessarily benefit the current. This article could allow the town to notice these hearings in Daybreak, in NCTV. Or it could choose to keep things the way they are now and keep things the same. So in conclusion, I think we can help the town meet its obligation by helping them reach a larger audience at a lower cost. Please support Article 85. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sauer?
Yep. Hello, I'm Robert Sauer. Well, that is loud. Publisher of the Inquirer-Mirror for the last couple of years. I wanted to take a quick minute because it's not so simple. There's kind of a lot behind the kind of both state laws, and then Jason obviously talked about the town laws, but just a little background on kind of legal notices and kind of where they reside. There's state statute, which says, I think it's Mass General Law, Part 1, Title 1, Chapter 4, Section 12, that certain town notifications in the state of Massachusetts need to be carried in the paper of record in a given town. That is the Inquirer-Mirror because we're the only paper of record in town. So for that reason, that's why you see so many kind of planning board notices, zoning board notices in the Inquirer-Mirror. Recently, maybe 5-10 years ago, they amended that law to include distribution by said newspaper in its digital format. So we do that now. So every Thursday, we publish the printed version of the Inquirer-Mirror with legal notifications that are required by the state. But we also put it up, one in the digital replica edition of the paper, but as well on act.net. It's in front of the wall on act.net. You don't need to be a subscriber to get it. And to increase reach, we have it in our Friday newsletter, a little box that says, see this week's legal notices. So we're trying to reach everybody. We have a very, very strong reach on our website. We've got probably amongst a lot of the folks in this room, people who are what we would call in the industry, a little inside baseball here, but print-centric. So in other words, they really rely pretty much on print as their only vehicle for getting news and information, and in this case, legal notices. Our feeling is if this passes on the town level, what's going to happen is certain advertisers, law firms, what have you, will opt out of that print obligation, and some of the folks that are here that still rely on print as their vehicle to get this information will be left out. So that's one of our concerns. And the other is just the way that this stuff is distributed. Being in print, being on our website makes it searchable. in the case of, say, social media, it's not particularly sticky. Couldn't imagine anyone looking back at legal notices in Instagram going, where the heck is that house move? I thought I got 5 minutes. Thank you. So clearly, and I'm not suggesting Jason is saying that, Instagram is the way to distribute this stuff. But the point is just to look at the ways that really make sense, because, these are things that you want to go back and look at and go, did I see that notice? What does that mean? So we obviously provide that as we already mentioned. So changing this is going to disenfranchise existing print readers, and again, many of whom are in this room. So we're hoping you'll turn this down and keep them in print. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Saperstein?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Lee Saperstein, otherwise known as the pedantic professor. I would point out just editorially that it's any newspaper, therefore it should be any electronic medium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Media is the plural.
Yes. Up in the back, Ms. Sutton.
Hi, Campbell Sutton again. So when I was reading this, I was sort of put off, so I would defer to the fellow from the Inky Mirror, but I thought that or should be removed and it should say and. There shouldn't be an option which one you're doing. You would want to do all of them, so or seems inappropriate, and my amendment, I guess, would be to strike or and add the word and.
Is there a second? All right. So on the amendment only. I don't, Mr. Giorgio, does that work for you? I may be tired, but it doesn't work for me. No? Mr. Giorgio? You were doing something else. So Ms. Sutton has proposed changing the or to an and I'm concerned that that would require you to do it in both. And I think the purpose is to have it be an either or. I think they meant to have a choice. I think. To do one or the other, and they could do both. They can always do both, but if we put and, then they have to always do both. And pay for both, correct. Okay, so on the amendment?
Point of order, Madam Moderator?
Yes.
There's no both. As Mr. Saperstein pointed out, medium is a plural. So you can't say and, because what are you adding? As Mr. Gazide pointed out, are you talking about Daybreak and Current and Instagram and NCTV? And where does it stop? How does and work in this context?
I don't think it does, but not my amendment.
Okay, I would just like to say that being someone that is more print-centric, saying or implies to me that it could just be on electronic medium.
That's true.
And that, to me, leaves out a large group of people, voters. Maybe I'm an odd nut not being on electronic media all the time, but that's why I was including and, because otherwise it seemed to be separating people out, and I don't believe that's the intent at the state legal level.
Ms. Sutton, it's your intention to have it be required to be both print and electronic?
Well, it just seems to me if it's going to be in one, it should be in the other.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're saying, oh, you didn't see it? Well, I put it on electronic media.
Okay.
Versus the paper.
Got it. Okay, so on the amendment only. No? Does anyone want to speak about the amendment? Mr. Graziade? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just urge everyone to vote this amendment down. The whole point of this is to give the town an option. You want to reach the most people, regardless of whether it's in print or digital. I think the goal of the town should be to reach the most people that they can and to fulfill the obligation that they have. And this putting an "and" in here requires them to do both, which could probably end up costing the town more money. So I would just urge you to defeat the amendment, keep it as "or," as the original article suggests. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So on the amendment, that requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Oh, and now the Celtics have lost. I know. Sorry, I hope you weren't planning to rush home and watch it on DVR or something. But don't do it. Depressing. Okay, on the amendment, yes 66, no 199. That amendment is not adopted. Okay, so back to the main motion made by the Finance Committee as printed in the warrant. Ms. Balser.
I wanted to speak in favor of the article, having been libeled and also censored by the Inquirer and Mirror last week about the same topic, where I was trying to correct the Land and Water Council's false statements about my article, and not hearing anything back when I wrote to them about that. I was very disappointed, so I do hope that the current will be able to increase access. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eldridge?
Amy Eldridge, and Madam Moderator, a question to Mr. Sauer. Is the public notices, which I would consider like a PSA, are those hidden behind the firewall of act.net?
So a couple things. We provide, I think it's 3, Erica might know the exact number. I think it's 3 PSAs to the town for free. Those are things like check the batteries in your fire detector, those kinds of things. So those kind of happen as they do. Legal notices of the nature we're talking about are in front of the paywall, the firewall, but you don't need to be a subscriber to see those. So
okay, great.
They're open to the public, correct.
I just ask that you support Jason's article, but thank you for answering my question.
Thank you. Mr. DaCosta?
Madam Moderator, thank you. We're hearing a lot about print-centric tonight. What about electronic-centric? You have an entire generation that doesn't read newspapers. The fact of the matter is that 5 years ago, we didn't have Zoom meetings. We didn't have remote participation. The select board can now remote participate in their meetings. We Zoom into meetings. I Zoom in from my charter boat into my SHAB meetings. This article is moving the town from an analog society to a digital society. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Longacre?
What this article does is it gives the town the option to choose the best way to reach the people. It doesn't require them to put a notice everywhere. It says you choose how much you're going to pay and who you're going to post with so that you reach, in your opinion, what is the largest audience out there. It may mean both. It may mean only one. What happens if we get another print newspaper? What happens if there's a new form of communication? I like the fact that this simply brings us into the current century and gives all the options to the town.
Thank you. Yes, one final comment, Mr. Sauer?
Yeah, just on the reality, after 25 years at the Globe and the New York Times, I've seen, all this stuff, the movement to digital. I'll tell you right now, if this goes through, the likelihood that this stuff stays in a print format is probably zero. So that's just the reality. That group of folks who rely on it in that space aren't going to get it. So that's that.
Thank you. Okay, so this article requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. The Finance Committee's motion is printed in the warrant. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Okay, on the motion on Article 85, yes 220, no 51, that is adopted. Okay. Article 87 starts on page 136. Goes all the way to 146. The Finance Committee motion starts on page 141. I'm going to ask for your unanimous consent to waive the reading and recognize Ms. Crono for the purpose of making the Finance Committee's motion as printed in the warrant.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Before I go to Mr. Gibbs called this, so I'm going to go to Ms. Rayport for the purpose of making an amendment. And Ms. Rayport's amendment would be to change on page 142 in Article 2, Section 2.5, subsection D, where it requires 50 or more registered voters of the town to call a town meeting. She would like to change that to 25. Is that your motion, Ms. Rayport?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Rayport.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is pertaining to the number of signatures that a citizen has to gather to to request the select board, compel the select board to place an article on the town meeting warrant. This is governed by our general law of the Commonwealth, Chapter 39, Section 10. And the general law says that the number shall be 10 signatures of registered voters to put something on the warrant. So this was changed as part of a output from the Town Government Study Committee. They wrote a report and they submitted it in 2021. The people on the Government Study Committee at that time were John Brescher, Campbell Sutton, Rick Atherton, Curtis Barnes, Tucker Holland, Linda Williams, and Christy Ferrantella was also on that committee at some point. And those people really all worked together very well and produced a beautiful report, which I referred to. And that report recommended 25 signatures, which is an increase of 10. In their report, they said that they had a robust discussion. They considered balancing the ease of democratic process with discouraging frivolous articles, and they also considered burdening the town clerk with the need to certify additional signatures on so many citizens' warrants. And so they decided, they went back and forth between 20 and 25, and they decided on 25. So increasing it, but to 25, not to 50. So it ended up at 50 because when it went to the select board and the chair presented it to the select board, the chair of the select board at the time decided that 50 was a better number. and everybody kind of went along with that. So I feel that Nantucket has a long tradition of wanting civic engagement. I did endeavor to find another town whose charter had as many as 50 for a citizens warrant. I did not find one. And I think that 25 is a better number. It was also well researched by a committee, recommended by a committee. I'm not sure what the rationale for taking it to 50 is. I think it's unduly burdensome. So I move that we make it 25, and that's my only amendment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. On the amendment, seeing none, that requires a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the amendment. A no vote will defeat the amendment. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no, and voting is open. Voting is now closed. Yes, 153, no 80. That motion is adopted. Okay, on the main motion now as amended by Ms. Rayport, I think Mr. Gibbs called this. Is he here? Nope. Okay, so we're going to go right to a vote then on Article 87. It does require a 2/3 vote because it is a charter amendment. I think that's right. Is that right, Mr.? No? Oh, it's a special act. Okay, so never mind. Just a majority vote. A yes vote will adopt the motion as made by the Finance Committee as amended by Ms. Rayport. A no vote will defeat that motion. It's 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. On Article 87, the motion as amended by Ms. Rayport, moved by the Finance Committee, yes 195, no 36. That motion is adopted. Okay. Okay, so if Mr. Gibbs isn't here, he called Article 92 as well. This has a motion not to adopt. Oh, no, it doesn't. It has a positive motion. Where am I? Okay, it has a positive motion from the Finance Committee, pages 156 to 157 to 158. Does anyone want to discuss this? Okay. 92. 88 was withdrawn by Mr. McGowan on Saturday, and we voted it at the same time that we voted the withdrawal of, I think, Article 30. But don't hold me on that number. Saturday feels like a lifetime ago. But it was 30. Both the call on 30 and the call on 88 were both withdrawn on Saturday, and we voted those. So I'm going to recognize Ms. Curnow for the purpose of making the motion as printed in the warrant on Article 82.
92.
92.
So moved, Madam Moderator.
Okay, is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Now, this is a charter amendment. And does this require a 2/3 vote? No. Simple majority. Okay, good. It's going to be 1 for yes, 2 for no. We're voting the main motion on Article 92 as printed in the warrant and as made by the Finance Committee. Voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Okay, on that motion, on Article 92, yes, 195, no, 32. That motion is adopted. We're into the 100s. Article 100. Let's see. Starts and ends on page 164. Received a move not to adopt motion from the Finance Committee. The sponsor has provided a motion that's going to be made by Ms. Lepre.
Yes.
And I'm going to just read it really quickly. Moved that the Town of Nantucket, acting through its Select Board, is hereby authorized to acquire by purchase, gift, or eminent domain all or part of the land at 3, 5, 7, and 9 South Shore Road in the town, Nantucket Assessors Map 67, parcels 336, 336.9, 336.8, and 336.7, being 13 acres more or less for general municipal purposes, including the purposes of locating a town-developed affordable housing facility of 40 affordable units, which the present private sector property owner has asserted that such owner is unable to build, locating 2 athletic school playing fields, and finally setting aside and for open space and walking trails and, setting aside land for open space and walking trails, and that the sum of $3,850,000 be appropriated for the purpose of the acquisition, and to meet this appropriation, that the treasurer of the town, with the approval of the Select Board, be hereby authorized to borrow such amount and issue such bonds and notes of the town, provided, however, that this appropriation shall not take effect until the town votes to exempt from the limitation on total taxes imposed by the General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21 CK, Proposition 2 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay the principal and interest on the bonds and notes authorized by this vote. Is that your motion, Ms. Lepre?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Ms. Lepre?
I promise to try and be quick. Good evening. I'm going to try and be short and sweet. Ms. Glowacki and I put this together. She wasn't able to be here tonight. The community collaborative property is a win-win for all of us. Eminent domain seems like a dirty word to some, although it is really the basis of how all towns and cities have been developed. For example, we have miles upon miles of bike paths, including a new one that was approved on Saturday. How are bike paths designed and implemented? By eminent domain. Taking of land to build the path. Anyone who lives in the Monahans, Leverlane, or Orkawa area likely just dealt with this, me included, for the placement of the new bike path. I ask you tonight to give this deal an opportunity to help us. The project could bring together multiple community partners. It includes the public schools, land bank, our island home, the Affordable Housing Trust, and hopefully angel investors. As I have heard in many meetings, I think from Mr. Lowell, we are running out of land. Here is a golden opportunity to help our community in a meaningful way. For the schools, as our community grows, the schools will need to expand both the buildings, playing fields, and the need for more teachers and teacher housing. By putting a practice field or two at this location, it better helps keep game fields on the main campus and allowing for building expansion. It is well known that the elementary school and the middle school will need to be expanded in the near future, with each school requiring roughly 3 acres of land. The ability to start construction on one of the practice fields currently at the school would allow for at least the least amount of disruption of the schools during expansion while putting a practice field in this location as a trade-off. The addition of faculty housing will help fill positions for our schools and help with retention of staff. For Affordable Housing Trust involvement, this location could boast a true, affordable, attainable community housing project that provides for the critical needs and fabric of our community while also helping contribute to solving the housing crisis on island. All units on this site could be placed on the state SHI list and help to keep Nantucket in safe harbor and help prevent further unfriendly 40B projects. This could be an example of other communities in the Commonwealth to follow. Nantucket has always been a lead by example community, and this is a perfect way to use the roughly $200 million worth of funding the taxpayers have voted to give towards affordable housing at town meetings in the past and put it to use. In keeping with the ZBA initially approved 60 units, the town could continue to support the ZBA decision, which was obtained through comments, advice given by local boards, staff, town council, consultants, and peer review. Our finite resources have not changed since those recommendations were given. If anything, our ability to sustain high-density development has gotten worse. Land bank, thanks to the forward thinking of our past leaders, just checking my time. Land bank was established for conservation, recreation, agriculture, and the benefit in perpetuity under the special act of the Massachusetts legislation. What better way to fulfill the mission than by providing more open green space, walking trails, parks and playgrounds, and community gardens. I'm just going to move forward a little so I don't keep you here too long. Island Home, putting the facility at this location, which I'm not sure, I know not everyone is for, would meet a lot of needs and concerns. It would save us $13 million because part of that money was $13 million to move the employee housing for Sherburne Commons employees to another location. So that would help, and it would contribute that there's lots of studies regarding intergenerational cohabitation has been proven to be positive. It would allow a nice place for all of our seniors that are at the Island Home to look out on playing fields. And as angel donors, I think all of us can look up the street at the hospital and see what the amazing donations in our community can do. In summary, this could be an example of what collaborative effort to benefit the entire community could look like instead of backroom deals by benefiting private developers and a small group of our community. By linking arms, joining forces and funds with groups like this, not one organization's coffers are emptied, yet the greater community benefit from the product. The developers have stated all along that they are doing this for the community, and what better way to step up and be heroes instead of villains in our community, help be a solution to many problems our community is facing. The town was willing to sign away $86 million or more of taxpayer funds when negotiating the options deal last summer behind closed doors with no concessions from the developers to buy full market rate condos units. So why not consider 40 all affordable units at this site? That's more affordable units than the developer was ever committed to build, stating that developing any more would be uneconomical. One might say that the town having the opportunity to buy units before they were built or approved is a form of taking by eminent domain. I have one last sentence?
Yep, do your last sentence.
Okay. The property consists of roughly 13 acres, can only be assessed for what it is zoned for, which is 2-acre zoning, or up to 18 residential single-family homes. So that's where I have numbers if anyone wants them. Thank you.
Ms. Crono?
I'm not as tall as Meredith Lepre. Okay, so the Finance Committee was unanimous, motion not to adopt. So there isn't really a plan. There's just some ideas that have been thrown around, and that's fair enough. But let's talk about numbers here. So the $3.8 million or the $3.85 million in the sponsor's positive motion is the sum of the assessed value of the property. As a data point, it sold in October 2017 for $4.05 million. 8 years later, it's very unrealistic to assume that the owners would sell it for $3.8 million. To take a property by eminent domain, you actually have to have it appraised, and the select board would have, and if the select board chose to do that, it would have to be at market value, which I am assuming, again, going back to 8 years later, it's the appraised value I would expect to come in higher than 4.05, and we only have 3.8 in this article. So with that, this article is just not able to be executed. John Giorgio, do you want to add in anything else about the eminent domain piece, please?
Mr. Giorgio?
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker, the chair of the Finance Committee is absolutely correct that the town cannot proceed with an eminent domain taking without engaging at least one professional appraisal, and you cannot rely upon assessed value. So, so that's going to be an issue here, obviously. Secondly, there have been a couple of cases now in Massachusetts where towns have proceeded to take property by eminent domain where the owner of that property was proposing a 40B project. And the courts found in both instances that that was a bad faith taking because it wasn't for a valid public purpose. In those kinds of cases, that becomes a constitutional violation, and not only do you run the risk of a court invalidating the taking, but it's also a violation of the Constitution, and so you have to pay the attorney's fees as well. The other thing I would mention is the authority of town meeting would be limited to authorizing a taking, but it's up to the select board to actually execute the order of taking, and that is not something town meeting can compel the board to do. And as the motion indicates, this would require a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, which would have to take place no later than September 15th. And again, that's within the discretion of the select board, whether they would schedule a debt exclusion question or not. The biggest risk, though, that I wanted to emphasize to town meeting is that the facts in this situation are quite similar to the other examples that I mentioned where courts have found a bad faith taking because the property was subject to a 40B application.
Thank you. Ms. Eldridge?
Hi, Amy Eldridge. I have a quick question. So what's the difference in the article that we voted to do the eminent domain process at the property at the corner of Easy Street and Steamboat Wharf or Broad Street? Like, he doesn't want us to take our property, but we agreed to vote to give you guys the authorization to start that process if you choose to. So what's the difference between Mr. Feely and Mr. Posner's property and Todd Arno's? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Giorgio?
I don't believe the property that the previous speaker was referring to was subject to a 40B application. Every single eminent domain case is very fact-specific. I'm not suggesting that you can't take property by eminent domain with the proper authorization, but it must be for a valid public purpose. And the courts have indicated that that if you go behind a taking and it's determined that it was an effort to stop a 40B project, I can think of at least 2 examples where the courts have found that to be invalid and a constitutional violation.
Thank you. Mr. Allerhand?
Just quickly, in a democracy, eminent domain should be the last resort, not the first resort. Thank you.
Thank you. And did I see Ms. Ferrantella? Did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me? Christy Ferrantella, the town's housing director. I'm gonna try to do this while I hold Frankie. I'd like to take a moment to correct some ongoing misinformation that continues to circulate in our community, particularly related to the town's housing efforts. First and foremost, there is no options contract in place, despite repeated claims to the contrary. This has been clearly outlined on the town's For the Record page, which is publicly available and prevents the facts as they are. It's important to clarify that the outcome of a FOIA request that's been frequently referenced. While the initial email mentioned an exploratory conversation, what continues to be left out is the final communication in which the town and my office expressed no interest in pursuing a direction because there was no financial information. The persistent sharing of partial information while omitting these key facts does a disservice to the public discourse and unfairly undermines the hard work of the housing office. One second. Undermining the housing office with misinformation doesn't serve our community. I encourage anyone with questions to read the town's official statements and reach out directly for clarification. Let's move forward with the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DaCosta?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. $3,850,000 for 13 acres. Even if it was wetlands, it'd be worth more than that. I believe the land, I can't remember, it's late and I'm tired, but I remember when I was on the board, I think we paid the Bartletts $4 million, either the land bank or the land council or a combination of the two, for the development rights for 8 acres along Hummock Pond Road, 2 of which were wetlands. So this number is a joke. I mean, this is just another way to try to stop the 40B, and this, I just don't see how we can vote this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lepre?
Yeah, I think that one of the cases that Mr. Giorgio was referencing was something that KP Law did not win back in the 80s, I think. I think that it's worthwhile exploring this. I guess I feel like, why wouldn't we explore this? Maybe we're not going to get it for $3,850,000. That very well may be, but we won't know unless we look. And I think there's just been a lot of, there's a lot of backdoor dealings. I do think there was an option, if there was not an options agreement to be discussed, it would never have been drawn up, but it was drawn up, and that wasn't my FOIA request. But I think it's worth deciding, and if we choose to go forward this, then we let the state attorney general decide whether or not we can do it, rather than our select board or our town council. I mean, I think we let it go, and I get that this select board has to decide they want to do it, and they probably won't. But I think we owe it to ourselves to give it the option.
Thank you. Mr. Giorgio?
Madam Moderator, through you to the previous speaker. First of all, this doesn't go to the Attorney General. The Attorney General has nothing to do with this. If the Select Board proceed pursuant to authorization from this town meeting to take the property, they record an order of taking, assuming they've borrowed the money, and title passes to the town. That doesn't mean it cannot be undone in litigation, because the owner of that property would have 3 years to file a lawsuit against the town. And, I got the low blow about KP Law representing the other community, but with all due respect, you have no idea about what advice we gave that town or any of the facts involving that town. So to sort of, try to discredit my opinion because we represented a town in a case that, yes, there was a finding of a bad faith taking. Would I like my clients every single time to follow my advice? You bet. Do they always? No. And that's, by the way, when they get in trouble.
Thank you. Okay, so on the motion, a yes vote will adopt the motion, a no vote will defeat the motion. It's 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting is open. Voting is now closed. On the motion, yes 68, no 171. That motion is not adopted. Okay, so Steve Welch, you are here and you called 101 and 102, and I think you said you wanted to do something. I can't remember what it was.
I'll start by going full circle and say, good morning, Madam Moderator.
Right?
Because we're getting really close. So I'm just going to speak quickly on both these articles.
I have to get something on the floor, like a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So what are we doing? We have 100 and, no, we have 101 and 102.
I was hoping to retract the call, but I wanted to do like a 10-second something first.
You want to retract your call and then, but you want to say something.
Yeah, is that cool?
Well, not really, but you know what? I'm so tired, I'm just going to let you because I don't want to have to figure out what else we could do. So
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and say a couple things.
Thank you. So these are important but not urgent topics. One of them is riveting. The topic of the satellite dishes is really a mystery of how the demolition delay that the HDC is involved in to some extent is buried in that heading. Like I said, it's important but not urgent, and the ground coverage is a little bit more self-explanatory in the text. So what I would ask is that whatever needs to be done to have these follow the motion of the Finance Committee would be wonderful.
Okay. So
one last thing. The reason I brought them up is I wanted to get the sense of the meeting. The sense of the meeting is that it's time to go home.
Right, I think you're right. So what I would suggest that you do is work with the people in the maybe planning to talk about some things you could do to actually bring forward some articles for next year or the fall.
I know a couple people there.
I think you do. So thank you. We're going to then, for both Article 101 and 102, we're going to do something unusual. The motion is moved to take no action on the article. I'm going to recognize Ms. Cronow for the purpose of making the motion on both Article 101 and 102 to take no action.
That's our motion, Madam Moderator.
Okay, so we don't normally do this, but so when you vote yes, you're voting to take no action. If you vote no, you're voting to actually take action. And I think we all want you to say no action. So just a hint. So 1 for yes, 2 for no. Voting is now open. And then NCTV, if you guys could roll the credits so that people, because you know people will be heading out quickly. There are so many people it takes to put together this meeting. It's absolutely amazing, and they're all working all the time, so. Oh, you're welcome. So on the motion to take no action, yes 183, no 17. Motion to take no action is adopted. Thank you very much. I will recognize the chair of the Select Board, Brooke Moore, for the purpose of making one final motion, which is the motion to dissolve the 2025 annual town meeting.
Madam Moderator, I move to dissolve the town meeting.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. I'm just going to do this by voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much.